Boy George was gay or not, and they were like, there was like a real discussion on that. And he's like, no, dude, I pump puss, dude.
How about George Michael? Same thing. 100%. He was so beautiful. There's no way he could be straight. His hair was so perfect. His voice was so amazing. That guy's just got to be super good.
Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader? That is the shiniest dude I've ever seen.
Show me this.
Yeah, look, he's a male cheerleader.
Shane was actually just talking about this. Shane was talking about this in the green room the other day.
Yeah, he's shiny.
Shiny? Oh my
He's
goodness.
so shiny, dude.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's so, and you can see him like on Twitter. He's just like dancing around, and he's the shiniest dude you've ever seen.
He's got the skirt. They wear the skirt.
Yeah, there he is in the front row.
Okay.
Cheerleaders are useless anyways. There's really no purpose of them. They don't do anything for the game. It was back in the day, like, how can we have hot chicks in football?
It's a weird role, and I don't have a problem with a gay guy doing that.
Well, here's my opinion.
Why would I care, right? Like, here's the thing. If you're in a stadium of 16,000 people,
Football's like 70,000.
60,000 people, right? Think about basketball. If you're in a football stadium, 8,000 people, how many games? How many gay guys are
10%. We'll go 10%.
It's probably 10%. Maybe a bunch of them are hiding.
Yeah.
Maybe a bunch of them are closeted. But it's always kind of like 1 in 10, right?
Closet gays. Dangerous.
What's the problem with having one gay cheerleader for them?
You know, here's what's the cheerleader for? You know, there's always going to be the fight. What is the point of a cheerleader?
It's have an additional visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the jazz, and it's fun, it's choreographed, and when it's done well, it's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, Scary Corner has a great bit about it, about what their purpose is to, like, remind the players how important the play is, right? He's like, you know, defense. Oh, dude, we got to play defense, dude. You know?
It's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't a gay guy be doing it? Like, how homophobic are guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're called, what's this fucking guy doing in this shorts? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you could be paying attention to, but you're focused on the gay guy.
Yeah, and they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field.
It's like he would have a great reality show. See how they accept him.
And how many download players are staring at him, dude? Sure, that's my favorite player.
10% is 10%,
Yeah, 10%.
right?
So here's my whole thing, dude. You know, there's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm on nobody. I'm like in the middle. I'm old school liberal.
Yeah.
Live and let live. As long as you're not hurting people, and particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do by yourself with consenting adults. Get as weird as you want.
Yeah.
God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path. You know, but when you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I don't. There's
I think it's like they just always want to do the forbidden thing. It's like, what would lead someone? Let's get as dark as we can. What's the darkest? Probably child sacrifice.
hurting. Oh, yeah, 100%.
And I think that's happened before. I don't think that has not happened in human history. In fact, I know it's happened because my friend Shane Smith covered it when he was over in Africa when he interviewed that General Butt Naked guy. That guy used to sacrifice children from the enemy tribes before everyone in Liberia. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and eat their heart. He would eat a piece of their heart before going into battle. Right, but that's a real human being that did that. So we know that he didn't invent that. He didn't invent that.
No, I mean, it's in the Bible, too. Like, when they want to take out the Canaanites, and, atheists use that as like, oh, well, he wants to kill all the women and children. What do you think about that? Well, the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. There's a reason why. Now, the language, we can get into, like, the Bible language, especially in the First Testament. Like, is it the language of the time, and they were a lot more blunt with it? But the Canaanites were sacrificing children. I mean, that's a big part of it. Goes all the way back to Kronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids. Time. Black cube of Saturn. Make it weird.
I wonder how they're going to look at some of the things that pharmaceutical drug companies have pushed through in the future and the impact that it had on kids, and whether or not they're going to think of that in a similar way to child sacrifice. Because it really is kind of, if you know that it's causing damage, but you're doing it for money, you're kind of sacrificing 100% for money. How to Stop India's Superstitious Killings Ended in Exile. What's this about here? Read the caption there. Human sacrifice, particularly that of minors, has been prevalent in many parts of India for a long time. Jeez. More than 85 kids, all under 13, were ritualistically murdered in the country in the last 6 years per government data. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of a sadhu, a holy man. Bro, that gets in the how crazy is it that was a part of history? And still happens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that, still in 2025, people think that sacrificing a child is the right move. That's what we need to do. We need to sacrifice a child.
Well, that's the whole thing. Kids are the closest to God.
Yeah. When you think about like things like that, like drugs that are pushed on kids, that's just for profit, medications that kids are forced to take, that's just for profit, things that are fucking them up when they're, it's just because people want to make money. And how are they going to look at that in the future? When we look at child sacrifice and they were doing voodoo, or they, the Mayans thought they were sacrificing people to the gods, we think of it as barbaric, right? How are they going to look at what we've done? Where we just lied about stuff, skirted around the truth, and gave distorted versions of what we're actually selling to kids. And then those kids wind up dying. They wind up having heart attacks. They wind up having cancer. It's probably directly related to this medication. And no one wants to take credit for it. No one wants to admit it. And everyone's making money.
Everything's programming, dude. Even those people in India, their programming of their religion tells them like to sacrifice their own children. I mean, like, it goes against everything you're wired.
It's like that's the ultimate control you have over a person. You get them to sacrifice their child.
Right? I mean, if you're at a kid's park and a kid's in trouble, it doesn't need to be your kid. You run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. Right. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling newborns as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future. And that's powerful. So my whole theory is that the anxiety and depression and anger and all that stuff comes from when your programming and your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming from generational trauma, you're programming from school, all that stuff meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. And I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals for life.
I think it's purposeful. So how would they engineer that to happen that way?
Through school. Well, first of all, your grandparents, your parents telling you the trauma of your past, beating that into you forever. Like I had my buddy's girlfriend on my show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids, one for each parent, and then 1 kid lost for the Holocaust. For someone lost in the Holocaust. And like, think about that programming, dude. Think about what that over and over and over again, and to the point now where you're like, well, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got a tattoo right here about it. Like that is your programming. Then you go to school and it's been infiltrated by all these cultural Marxists and they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other, and that's all done to cause maximum chaos, because people are easy to manipulate and control when they're in anxiety. They're going to demand, like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now. Everyone acts like this has just started. This started way back with BLM. The fund the cops. This has always been the goal. It's called pressure from above, pressure from below. You're afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politician's going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is martial law. That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing. And it isn't starting in Washington, D.C. This started a while ago. If you study all these different kind of cultural clashes, that starts with BLM, that's black people. Then you go January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian hate, that's Asian people. Then you go to No Kings, that's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the legality of gay marriage. And if you go, Sam, what do you think's going to happen? I wouldn't doubt if they overturn it, because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows, dude. And then that is what they want, martial law. There's all these, these judges who are completely politicized are like releasing people who are hurting kids or murdering people. That means you have no faith in the system, and that grows your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, and you don't trust anything. And now you want to basically give up your God-given rights to be safe, and that is the goal. Pressure from above, pressure from below for Marxists. If you ever want to watch a doc on it, it's really old. It's in '69. I watched it last night on Twitter. It's G. Edward Griffin, and it's called Capitalist Conspiracy. I've sent to a bunch of people. I can't get anybody to watch this thing. And it breaks it down, dude. There were famous cases in the 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on the campuses, and they said something's going wrong here, and they broke off, and they testified for either Congress or Senate, and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law. And these kids who all think they're raging against the machine, they don't realize the machine is funding all of this stuff. It's like the No Kings. The Latinos are really smart. Like when Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when No Kings was happening in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire block, nobody can go to these things. Because they all found out it was funded by the Walmart area. Like that's what always happens. The billionaires fund these radical groups to sow chaos.
Well, also because they don't want that kind of crackdown on illegal immigration. Like there's a lot of people who don't want that kind of crackdown.
Yeah, because they don't want paid.
Well, there's that, and they're already hiring people that are illegals, and they have them working in their factories and working in their businesses. And then there's also the dispute about SNAP, about cutting back on Medicaid and SNAP, and like who do you have to pay benefits to, who do you not have to pay benefits to. That was one of the things that this guy was telling me about. Someone told him that he had a conversation with someone who said he's really upset they're stopping illegal immigration because it's a big part of what he uses for his business. And he was like open about it. He was saying that he does it because he doesn't have to pay them benefits. You can pay them less and you don't have to pay them benefits. Like he was just saying it out loud. So that was part of the thing too of letting people into the country. There was like, you need more of a supply of people that are willing to do the construction jobs and the slaughterhouse jobs, like jobs that nobody wants to work in the slaughterhouse.
Right.
That's.
But I also hear them always say Americans don't want to do this job, and then my fat ass is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. and I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handing me the bag is 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's a whole psyop that they don't want to do some of these jobs.
But those jobs are brutal, backbreaking labor. Right? If you're picking vegetables, if you're you're working in a fucking slaughterhouse, dude, that's a brutal job. You're around rotten meat all day.
Yeah, I
It's
guess
freezing cold. You're cutting things up. You're covered in blood. You're just around death all day long. Death is supposed to be something you occasionally see. Fucking kiss it to the sky. Thank God for the deer. You're not supposed to see slaughter 24 hours a day. That's crazy. That's like not normal for a human being.
And what's really weird is how, like, I've seen
experimental structures of people living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough, but I have to add in, I'm afraid, a z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values.
No way.
Organizations as well. The first,
No way this fucking game kicks off in 5 fucking minutes. No way. I don't believe it. And I don't think anybody else on this earth should believe it either. Because it's bullshit.
You know what? A lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular.
No shit, it does.
That's not us.
Incredible.
What about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to be patient and wait for the Messiah before we move to Israel? Rav Kook suggested, well, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are
Wait.
back to Israel,
No, it does. No, it doesn't start. It's fucking early for a game. Yeah, what is this bullshit?
so many examples of miracles that
Dude,
occurred
that
in the
fucking
Bible.
Philly mom is so fucking funny. Philly mom is so fucking funny. Yo, dog. that woman is so funny and she's beautiful. And I think funny chicks are so hot. All right, so how do we get game day?
No, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that He send Messiah. We have to be patient in the diaspora. And this is a group called the Agudat Israel, or the Community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah.
ESPN 3,
Later, of course,
that was a thing.
The Holocaust. They would have to evaluate some of their stance towards
Dog,
Zionism,
are we
and actually
choosing?
But their central
Well, I never knew. I had Martians in my pocket. I never knew. Oh shit, I'm up.
Which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying one page of Talmud a day.
I knew this was going to happen.
Cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself kind of off to the right of this picture, and I was celebrated all over the world. This worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of many different complicated political orientations that Jews adopted at this time, an expression of a reaction to the
Good.
proclamation.
I never knew.
Thank you very much.
Hybrid.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point that we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 to about 1912. We should go on to
What's up, baby? We got UFO Phil going. Rabbi's on the clock. Okay, who are we picking? Dog. I don't really know. All these guys kind of suck. Joe Mixon, he's not playing this year. How about Jay Higgins? Maybe he just turns out to be the best fucking player ever. Are there any running backs available?
For the next hour. Let us begin
Questionable.
first with the fall of the Russian Empire.
How about Jaden Blue?
So, if you look at this map here,
Najee Harris.
you see on the left,
He's even worse. Why is he so bad?
East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by three major empires: the German
Really
Empire,
now?
the Austro-Hungarian
Oh, these guys
Empire,
are terrible.
and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland. And then just a few years later,
What about Brandon Ayuk?
radically changed. You can see on the right.
He's gonna miss like the whole fucking.
Is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. It's there's a
No, everybody's like, no, take your chance with somebody else. Okay, how about Higgins? Jaden Higgins.
But it's got the land bridge
He's a rookie.
separates Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new
All right, we're going with Jaden Higgins.
not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a
Wait,
sudden,
maybe not.
it's back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory.
Darnell Mooney.
It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living.
Dude, he did pretty well last year.
And to
Questionable.
contrast that, where is Austria?
Why is he questionable?
That empire is dismantled
Shoulder.
significantly. There are tiny.
Are there any running backs that are
Hungarian Empire in a
worth a shit?
Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny
Come on,
fraction
you little
of
bitch.
its original size.
No, everybody sucks.
Monarchy. Now all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of
Mooney.
Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally
Marvin
different
Mims.
countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for
Why are they
example,
saying he's gonna suck dick?
Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech
No one
Republic,
knows.
and
Questionable.
Slovakia,
Mooney.
represents a totally new
Here we go.
country that,
We're Dr. Mooney.
northern part of
Oh, we drafted him.
Austria-
Oh, great. That's 5 fucking wide receivers in a row. Boy. All right, is that the end of your fucking story? Well, it's game day, girls. College game day. You fired. Go fuck yourself.
Things have changed so dramatically. All of these things are going to be extremely important. Tomorrow morning, we look at the Holocaust because, of course, the Germans, the Australians, the Italians, they are all practicing a kind of revisionism. They want to revise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War I. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of the screen where you see Russia has disappeared. And they've labeled this map not entirely correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from 15 actually constituent republics. One of them will be the Ukrainian SSR, the other will be Belarus SSR, but basically the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that removed Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West.
Oh, tight. It's working.
It was only later in 1918, I think, the
Hilarious.
said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West. and that's how they are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seemed to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914. It's the first really major global conflict involving forces from all over the world, literally. And Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the western front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over holding the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough heat, they don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war. The infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it's captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet.
Yo, shut the fuck up. Don't you tell me what to do, you stupid bitch.
Can slow down and the battery may be drained faster.
And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply do not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted, and apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name Petrograd is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, the Tsar, and then the word "berg" is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War I, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian suffix of the city, so it doesn't have a German ending. Where I grew up in Northern Ontario, there was actually a town, an Indian village, Korean, that was called Swastika. And during World War II, they decided to rename it. It was called Churchill for a few years, for a patriotic name. And after World War II, it went back to Swastika, because that was a word in the Cree language. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd. And then the communists would later name it Leningrad, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But anyway, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window, because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot, and ultimately got out of control, and the Tsar himself was arrested. And suddenly, without anyone really understanding how this happened, the Romanov dynasty fell. That was the end of the Russian Empire.
Bitch.
What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander Kerensky. And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's still ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out, are they going to stay in the war, remove themselves from the war? For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly is a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hope, to get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall, because while they were slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before they could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, the very first decision, actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundation of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see in kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray, the Pale of Settlement.
You should update your cleaner for
Yo,
Android
shut
now
the
or
fuck
your
up,
phone.
dog.
Amazon
How about you
Fire
stop,
7
dick,
inches,
dick,
2019.
bitch.
Can slow down and the battery may be drained
Calm
faster.
down, woman.
It was made, if you will, in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews.
Alright, well, that fucking site works. That works really well.
Very strong
I don't watch it on that.
more than 70% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw. Very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in the right bank of Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. Far smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment.
I wonder if somebody's streaming it on.
This form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various corruptive elements, including the monarchy, including the churches, very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalists. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between the United States with its vision of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a Monopoly Man figure. The Monopoly Man of the famous Market Brothers game is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist with the waistcoat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat real-time, but rather more appealing in the board game version, but nonetheless this is
Bushmaster.
by the way, as kind of like a stand-in for Jews in general, sometimes made explicit with a Star of David, things like that. But Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it leads towards some anti-Semitic interpretations. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists. Capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is propaganda directed against the communist movement. by white Russians.
White Russians.
White Russians.
One of my favorite kinds of Russians.
Of this term. The term Belarus literally means white Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated white Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red, right? The Reds are the Soviets. And so those forces that opposed the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea. They were called the Whites, to contrast them with the Reds. It has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more of a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of monarchic figure there, and it's being sacrificed, meaning the Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right, the Communist International, or Socialist International, meaning the whole idea of communism that was organized in an international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. The various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, the central figure in the bright red row. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky. Right? Remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is all, along with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites would be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his bayos, although he's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces. I think it is silver. So the whole idea is that the message is that Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. In fact, there's a major staple of Russian propaganda was white Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists. Explore that in some detail. What I'd like to do is actually take
I'm not saying it's okay to help, but in my world at the time, I found a way to justify that pretty quickly. This is Tony. Yeah, he's a backup. Turns out, he's really good at it. He brought 30 bags in about a year. You encountered the we just go behind us and training. What really about Tony is why he's the world first. Because Tony was a sandwich man. Great. Which guy for miles. Then, Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies. He took a nasty fall and hurt his back. Like, literally couldn't get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. We can't start to see even when it's some money. It was like a miracle. His arm was powerful painkillers seemed to work like magic. Until this was like on top of the story. Introducing a story about a man that fell in a bank robbery spree for the evil next year. Hosted by me, Josh D. At least, we can still allow for something like this to happen. There's so many lives.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch a ride 30? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants its one-of-a-kind commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts on iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select
Oh my God,
iHeartRadio.
look at this move. What is this? What the fuck happened here? Looks like a fucking farm. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this athleticism. Dude, that fucking Philly mom is so fucking funny. I could watch all her shit again. She's so funny. She is so fucking funny. She is so funny. Is she the funniest person on Instagram? She has more shit going than that other chick. That other chick's hot. But if that other chick wanted to look perfect, she has a tooth that's just like a little off. Aside from that, bitch is fucking smashed. Fuck. That motherfucking bitch is so funny. Mare. 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 Man. Come on, you little bitch.
I have no idea. So Monday morning at 7 a.m. next
It's 6 a.m., dog.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Team Show. I am obviously not teaching today. We are having a little bit of a technical difficulty. So you get to hear me listen to what me to give you any sort of home advice.
You fixed your toilet.
I definitely do. I know Team would love to chat with guys reach out to the iHeartRadio app, you can message him there. You can also give him a call and let us know. This is ask a question. This is all calls happening except the Dean said, yeah. So he's going to be answering your questions. In the meantime, should we talk about some news? Okay. Hold on one second. We're going to see if we can.
640 and live streaming in HD on the iHeart Radio app. Hey, welcome to home, wherever you be, to help you better understand that place. I am Dean Sharp, my house. It's an all calls day. It is it. You simply job anything.
Look at this athleticism.
DIY questions, design, concerns, anything at all. Here is the number to reach me, and these lines are open now. The number to reach me,
Yo, dude, what is this bullshit? Silk is the worst browser. I think I've just in my sleep developed browsers that are better than Silk. It sucks.
Are now in, and they are inside cabinet, and they put this stuff top of the cabinet, but there's about a 3/4 inch gap between step back.
I'll give you a 3/4 inch gap, kid. Calm down, woman.
And I'm wondering why they did that, or is that a mistake? We are either going to do an OG home or a contact, because I have to. The difference between those two.
Okay, so you haven't just noticed this? You haven't had a chance to ask your contractor or your cabinet installer?
No, I haven't had a chance.
Dog, I gotta stand. It sucks.
For everybody else who's listening. So when you're doing a cabinet installation, the cabinet boxes go in, and then once all the boxes are in place, the base cabinet boxes, plywood is put on top.
I know so much about Ukraine, I could flip. Not really. Like
Goes on top of the plywood, the stone, and tile, or whatever it is that you got going on. Now, you have
I like how nobody talked to me. I've got that one guy who fucking hates me. Everybody unsubscribe. Nobody subscribed. To unsubscribe, you gotta first be subscribed, dog. Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? How's your life going? What up, baby? How you living? Yeah, I've already had people try to at least be really creepy and like come to where I live, and that's okay. I mean, I get that, but at that point, I'll probably be able to hire armed security, and that won't be an issue. Oh yeah, they want to kill me for many reasons, but I don't know. I'll I'll just do my best to protect myself. But yeah, I've thought of that, and that's probably a pretty. I'm really what I'm worried about. I get people, and it's happened before, who become obsessed with me online, and many times in a good way, but it's like they become too like I don't want to say too big of fans, but they'll like message me, like they watch me for all these hours, and they'll do anything for me, and like that's cool, but it's like calm down, like I want you to be normal. And I imagine if I go viral, then it'll be that a lot. Do you know what a stan is? It comes from Eminem's song Stan. Oh, okay, cool. Well, it'll probably be like that. And I even get people who I still communicate with on here who sometimes message me like really long paragraphs about all the things they want to do. And that's cool. I mean, that's neat, but it's like one step at a time. I get that. I look at this point. I'm just someone who basically streams their life. I don't really have a political agenda. Now, in terms of like the pharmaceutical companies, Joe Rogan says all the things that I say, or I say all the things that Joe Rogan says. It's not, I mean, it's not any different. And I think that for any negativity I do for a pharmaceutical company, I could do a lot more positivity for them. Like, I could just take their drug, not like what's a drug I would take, like Wegovy, which is like a weight loss drug, which makes it so that you're not hungry. I just take one of those and become a spokesperson for it and make them the number one weight loss drug in the United States or in the world. So it's like it's a cost benefit analysis. Maybe this rabbi doesn't have that much confidence. Well, I do in a lot of their drugs. They work. A lot of their drugs work really, really well. It's just how people get their hands on those drugs. But some of their drugs work extremely well. Other drugs are questionable, and other drugs I think are sometimes negative. So it just depends on the drug. But I'd be a spokesperson for lots of their drugs. Fentanyl is a drug that works extremely well. I've had a lot of fentanyl in my life, a lot, and I would be a spokesperson for fentanyl. Hydrocodone. Oh, a ton of it. Yeah, yeah. I've had tons of it because I've had surgeries before. I've had like foot surgeries and um, back surgeries, and after those, if you are in pain, you go to like a pain management specialist, and they give you fentanyl patches, um, and they work really, really well. And I think I'm the poster child for it because when I didn't need them anymore, I was able to just quit. Like I there was no drawback. I didn't feel like I needed anything more. And I was on the second most amount of fentanyl that you can be on in the United States. It's 75 milligram patches. The only way I could go higher is 100 milligram patches. And I didn't want to do that because I always wanted a little bit more if ever anything ever happened. But yeah, I was on fentanyl patches for a long time after several surgeries that I had, and they worked really well. I'll never forget the first time I used fentanyl. Um, I read what to do, and I had this girl with me, and I put it on my chest, and I just fell asleep like immediately. There's this thing called fentanyl nod, where you just like literally just fall asleep, like it's like you put a sticker on you basically, and you fall asleep, and that's exactly what happened. And I slept like a fucking baby. Dude, there's this other drug that I had. I forget what. I had a foot surgery. I had plantar fasciitis, which is like just an issue with the underside of your foot that causes you to it just doesn't allow your foot to be able to like stretch as much as it should, and it can cause some pain. And there's this drug I took. It was, I'm gonna look it up right now. I'll never forget. I awoke and I was in the post surgery room. I forget what it's called. And when I awoke, there's this nurse there, and she's like, "You're waking up right on time." And she's like, "How do you feel?" And I was like, "Man, I feel wonderful." And she's like, "You should. You just had propofol. That's the same stuff that killed Michael Jackson." It was like, oh man, now I see why he liked this stuff so much, because it was it was like a euphoric feeling. It was wonderful. So for all the negativity that I talk about pharmaceutical companies, I think I could be a perfect spokesperson for a lot of these drugs. Propofol, fentanyl, hydrocodone, oxycontin, oxycodone. I've taken all of those and never had an issue with um propofol, Propofol. He called it mother's milk. He used to ask the doctor to prescribe it for him so that he could sleep. And man, would that put you to sleep? It's a very intense drug. At least with fentanyl, I was on the second highest amount of fentanyl you could be on. And there's only one kind of drug that works for killing pain better than fentanyl, and that's carfentanil, which is used on elephants and rhinos and like really big animals. It's like a veterinary tranquilizer, so it's not even prescribed to people. But when it comes to fentanyl, morphine is another one. I've been on morphine drips. And have you ever been on a drip where you get there's like a little button you get to push in the hospital? So they have this thing, I forget what kind of surgery. I think I had a hammer toe surgery, which just straightens your toes. And basically, like when you come out of surgery, you're in a lot of pain, and you can get what's, oh my god, propofol. Yeah, it killed Michael Jackson. That's why they only gave it to me after surgery, like literally as I was coming out of a surgery. Oh, I had a deviated septum surgery, and it might have been after that. Uh, Basically, where they do a surgery on your face, like in your nose, to open your nasal passages. I don't know. I Yeah, I mean, if you take enough of them, anything will kill you. Enough water will kill you. But yeah, a lot of people die from drinking too much water every year. More, no, it's not. People do it all the time during races. I'm saying that people drink a lot of water to the point where they die. More people die from drinking too much water on Earth a year than from sharks. Well, yeah, but nobody thinks that like you can drink so much water that you die. What's that? What's that? Okay. No, you need more. No, you need more water than that to die. You have to drink like gallons of water. I mean, you could look it up, but it's like at least a few gallons. Yeah, but they do it over a long period of time. I'm not sure about that. Um, I I've taken other drugs though. Okay, 6 liters of water. That's 3 2 liters. That'll kill you. 6 liters. Yeah, it depends on the time frame. I've got to say that when I take a new drug, well, at least the drugs that I've been given, they've all worked really well. And so, go ahead. All right. Now, here's my question, Zoo. Yo, what up? Somebody just said hello to me on YouTube. Are you still interested in being a male stripper? Yo, your user. Oh, just one moment, Zoo. Yo, Michael, who. Your username is Mizzy XX. Is that on? Is that on Twitch? Is that on Rumble? Is that on Kick? Or is that on? How will I know I win on stream? Hello. Uh, Dude, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. What is your username? Is that on Kick? Tell me what platform that's on. Dude, how did you fuck up your reputation? Zoot. Yeah. How did you fuck up the relationship? Yo, Michael Hoo. You're Missy XX on what platform? Missy XX, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. That will give you the link to come to my Discord. And we can talk all day if you want. Come to my Discord. Dude, how did you screw up this relationship? It was a chick? Okay, so what did this girl do? Tell me the story. Come to my Discord. Oh, so she fucked you. What happened to the girl? Why did she say that? Okay, well, like, what happened with the girl? What happened to this chick? Okay, you keep saying that, but what did she do? Okay, well, aren't there other strip clubs where you could work? Well, isn't that too far away? Okay, so are you going to do that? So you're still going to do it? Zoot, are you still going to do it? Okay. Did McDonald's get back to you? Zoot. Zoot. And what did they say? Did you make your video for them? Okay. And what's the plan now? Well, of course, we know you're going to do that. But I mean, don't you have a plan for working at McDonald's? What's a job providing service? You mean a headhunter? Okay. I mean, that works. It's September 15th? Okay, so what happened September 15th? Dude, what happened September 15th? Okay, are you excited for that? Okay. And what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? All right. Would you be willing to work a physical job? Oh, fuck. Dude, I'll be there in a second. And we're going to play. So just be patient. I need another 3 minutes. So, Zoo, what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? You don't know? Do you think they're going to give you a $20 million job? Okay. Doing what? Of course you do, Zoo. We all know that. Everybody knows that. All right. Zoot, have you ever done cocaine? So you don't even know what it's like. Dude, it's fun as fuck. All right, you ready for Moncala, son? Tons. Yeah. Yo, welcome. What up, Cat? How you living, pimp? Excellent. That's okay. Absolutely. We're just about to play a game. Dude, are you ready for your invitation? Yo, what up? How are you? Oh, you got it. Welcome. Okay. Well, we'll play whatever game you started. I don't even know. Zoo, what are we playing? Oh, we're playing. Hold on. We're playing Karam. Hold on. We're playing Karam first. You beat me the last. There you go. Listen to Cat. That's 100% right. That's all true. All right. Yes, you did. Absolutely, Cat. Yeah, you're always welcome. Excellent. Take care, Amastusa. Cat, peace, buddy. All right, dog. Yeah. I've done it in Mexico, and I've done it in Las Vegas, and no, because we got it in Las Vegas, so um, we we had a hookup. This guy, my uncle is like a high roller, kind of, not really, like not a really big high roller, but like he knew a lot of people at casinos, and there was this guy who lived in his gated community, and he, my friends and I were there for spring break, and we were gonna do cocaine, and my uncle had said like he loves cocaine, but he doesn't do it unless other people are there because he would just do it all day. And so this guy comes over, and he has this like package, and we put it on a plate, and we snorted cocaine for a we snorted cocaine all night. I snorted cocaine as I tried to write a paper, and this paper just ended up being the worst paper I ever wrote. It was so bad that my professor, who was really cool, told me just enjoy spring break and write the paper when you come back. And I then we drove from Las Vegas, like through California to the Mexico border, and they just like waved us in the Mexico border. They didn't even stop us. And then we fucking snorted this. We just brought this plate with us, and my uncle had a condom. My uncle had a condominium. You're good. My uncle had a condominium in Mexico, and then once we got there, we we like we ended up finishing the cocaine. I literally like had this whole plate of cocaine to myself, which I just thought was the fucking I just thought was the coolest fucking thing ever. And um I I was just up. Oh, I know. I was up so much. I was like I was up all night fucking by myself doing cocaine. And I had to drive to Mexico the next day, and I couldn't do it. I was too tired. And I told my friends, like, look, if you make me drive, we're never going to fucking get there. And so my other friend drove. And then we made it to Mexico. And then once we were there was so much other shit to do. Like, we took this tour of a tequila factory after dark, after it was closed, and we fucking got all fucking tequila. It was just like a lot of fucking drugs to do. But yeah, I've done cocaine. Never to the point where I had like a cocaine habit. Um, but yeah, and it's a lot of fun. I love like almost more than anything, there's like a whole um how would I say, like a procedure that you do when you do it. It's like you chop it up, and it's like on a it's like on a mirror, or it can be, and then you get like, yeah, or plate or whatever, and then you fucking do it, and then it just like instantly hits you. You feel like you're in a movie. It's just, it's great. Yeah, it does. It's amazing. Um, I've got you here, Zoot. The After Effects. I mean, there's like a come down, yeah, but you can ease that. Now, I think you get into trouble when you start mixing it with stuff, but we were in a fortunate position because the guy, my like uncle's dealer, lived in a house right. It was like a neighboring house in this gated community. We knew where he got it. He got it directly from Colombia, and he used to just ship it around the world, around the United States. At least at the time, this was a while ago. But you could ship things from like FedEx and UPS, and they wouldn't get checked, but they would by the the post office. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. You play ranked games. Big dog. In Mancala, it's never over, baby. Why do you think it's confusing? I do. Yeah. Calm down, Zoot. Yeah, that was big time, Zoot. Yeah, it was. Dude, I might lose. You just helped me. I've won. Yeah, you did. I'm ready for you, pimp. Pardon me. I mean, it's not done yet.
Now, this all comes down to the rare leave law that gives the president special authority under a national emergency. The court essentially saying
Calm down, Zoot.
Changes to federal vaccine policy are causing confusion over how and where Americans will get their newly approved COVID vaccine this fall. ABC's Selena
You're up, big dog.
just days after the FDA approved the COVID vaccine.
CDC panel is not expected to pick their recommendation for several weeks. The White House insists
I just won. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. Maybe. We'll see, big dog. Yeah, it's over. What was it? Yeah, I think that's. I don't know if that's the highest you can get, but it's high. Big dog, you're up.
Towards Glendale. Also, we got a crash on the 10 west at the 605 traffic there. And we got an accident on the right shoulder there on the 605, very close by at South Valley Boulevard. And then off ramp in the Woodstone has just reopened, so traffic should be moving a little bit more smoothly in that area as well. And then down in what was that long-term work zone, the on-ramp rather is closed until June 7th of 2027. That's going to be a long work zone. That is the 91 East out Lakeview Avenue. And one other trouble spot, you want to look out for a stalled car in the right lane.
You're up, pimp.
That was walking on Lakeview. Beware of that on 110 North at Florida Boulevard. That is your traffic report. Wow, I didn't know I could do traffic, guys. We'll get the traffic back up and running for you in a little bit. We'll be right back.
Good job. Good job. I gotta look at that whole bird's nest thing. This colony in Texas. I find it fascinating. Again, I think most
You're up, pimp.
we're already rolling up on college.
Yeah, you do. Wow, this one. That was a big one.
Meet your specific schedule and budget and get it done before the holidays. Lead times 12 weeks. Up to 2 days.
What up, pimp? I am not. It was not. Oh, Zoot. What's going to happen?
Southland weather from Campfire. There is a heat advisory in effect. Kaiser is in Metro LA and OC. It's going to be in the upper 80s at the in the valleys. Going to reach the 800s in the Inland Empire and about 105 in the high deserts. Right now, though, it's 65. City 63.
What up, pimp? I can't lose.
And 65 in Northland.
I cannot lose. It's over. You know that's not true. There is some strategy. And by the way, you can earn coins by just playing non-ranked games. We just earn coins there. What's your idea, pimp? I don't know if that's smart. Yeah, you know it, baby.
Today on the show is with our Saturday morning show, or if you're a podcast listener, this one. It is an all but you're called. I love it. I love every week just sitting down.
Oh man, my game just glitched out.
You never know where things are going to go. You might end up talking to a sweet woman asking about post goals, and then she gets so excited that she just starts cussing all over the air. It's great.
You're up, pimp. That's the plan.
Spell it right out on your phone. 8332-SD. Anything that's got you scratching your head.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they put me on the front page a few times. And they have to manually do that. Correct. They have told me they have banned me for ban evasion. Ban evasion. When you avoid their bans. Word. I would probably be able to do it for a little time and then they'd ban me. Dude, what's going to happen here, son? Zoot, what's going to happen here? This game is over. This game is over. No, but I've had people who have come to me to sue them through class action lawsuits. There was a a law firm that contacted me and a bunch of other people who had their data leaked by Kick or something like that. And I thought about going along with it, but I figured they didn't really do anything that wrong, and whatever, it's no big deal. I didn't really care about it. So you have an interesting strategy.
So it gets mixed up, roughly speaking, to the consistency of pancake batter. Not just batter, but running pancake batter. And you pour it out. You pour it out in that area.
Yes, you could have. Oh, you fucked up, son. This material will fill up and a self-level or anything like that. You might have won. You, my friend, might have won. Nope. I got you, son. This game is over. Yeah, it's over, though. Baby, this game is over. You fucked up majorly. What up, pimp?
Join up with the other level 4, and then it'll harden, and you'll have to leave level 4 from
Dude, they talk about him all the time. Ever heard of somebody with a DUI? I mean, a lot of times people don't want to talk about people with special needs. I don't know. I probably would want to be an advocate for those kinds of people. Good move, Zoot. Zoot, good move. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot. What are you gonna do, son? Zoot, is this game over? Zoot, is this game over? Yes, it is. Let's see.
While staying independent contractors. Compromise also lowers insurance requirements, which the companies say will cut costs and fares. National Weather Service says we're going to get really hot this weekend. Almost as hot as 110 degrees overnight. Coastal highs are expected to be in the upper 70s to low 80s. We're going to check on the two.
Why are TSA rules so invasive? Why are you screaming? I can't expect what to do.
Zoo, just win, baby. I won. You lost by as slim a margin as you can lose, by which you can lose. Zoo, you lost by 1 point. You had 23. Right. You lost by 1 point. That's a good point. But if you had one more point, we would have tied. So basically, I get what you're saying. It's an interesting thing. I don't know why they say it that way. Okay, so you lost by 2 points. But okay, that's fine. Are you going to improve your game? Right. It's an interesting thing. What are your thoughts on this move? Zoo, you're up, big dog. Okay. Word, dog. What's going to happen here, Zoo? I think you might win. Yeah. Yeah. Zoo, what's going to happen here? Zoot, is it over? Zoot, is this game over? Zoot. Zoot, is this game over? What up, pimp? Yeah. Yes, sir. Zoot, you've lost like 5 games in a row. No, it goes like extremely fast then. It's more relative time. So, like when you're 3 years old, 1 year is 1/3 of your life. But when you're 30 years old, 1 year is 1/30th of your life. I made a mistake.
Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, Cordell and Cordell's partner you can count on. Why are podcast called No Such Thing, where we get to the bottom of questions like that? Say, listen to No America's number one part app.
That could be. Zoo, what's going to happen here? Zoo. Not necessarily.
August 30th, and we are, as we always do,
Zoo. What are your thoughts on that? Do you want to? All right, it's time to play Match Monsters. What do you want to tell me, Zoo? Yeah, that happens.
Next Saturday, a week from today, and from 11 to 3. 11 to 3. And guess who's going to be there? Tim Conway, Gary Hoffman.
I'm ready, baby. Oh, that was big time. Are you proud of that move? How did, how did you help me? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the berries on this one. In fact, I do everything I can to outright avoid them. What up, pimp? Yeah, I mean, you have to make like $250,000 a year. More than that. Just to own a house in California, it's about $250,000. They will. They'll just have them out of wedlock, and then they'll be basically of the state. They'll just be um like they'll be in like foster care and stuff. It's just what happens. Zoot, I'm at max hit points. Did you know that, son? You're up, big dog. Zoot, were you aware that you are up? Look at the score, dog. Zero. Because I don't like to lose points. Thanks, baby. I don't see it. I didn't see it. Yo, Zoot, give it to me, baby. Um, does he sing on Bartender? Um, that song, I'm strong, have to get me, got me doing things I'll never do with you, with you, I'm strong. I don't know. I like that song. Is that not Akon? You know that you say that? It might not be. I don't know why I think that song's by him. No, it's not. I don't think it is. Actually, now that you say that. But I do think that I just got an extra move, son. A heel leaf? No, it's not, Zoot. A Zoot, you're doing stand-up comedy on Monday? Are you going to record it? I don't get it. Do you have possums there? Zoo, you know you don't have it. So what are you talking? You don't even know what it is. No, you don't. No, no one knows that. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is. Yeah, exactly. Zoot, I got another heel leaf, son. Tell it to me, baby. Okay. All right, big dog, whatever you want to say. I fucked up. I could have beaten you straight up. This game is over, son. It's over, baby. No. You're gonna ask Grok what, son? Dude, no one knows. I think it's what Rain Man had. Even though they say that's not what he had. Zoot, are you gonna accept the fucking invitation? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw. Zoot, I just asked you a question, son. Are you ready to lose? Zoot, you always say that, and literally, you always lose. Yeah, baby. Let's see it. Yeah, it was.
Well, everybody has an opinion in the podcast. So join me.
Dog, I just got you with the fire and the green stuff. All right, let's see it because I don't think you are. That was Tourette's, son. No, I think I'm amazing with them. I meet new people every day and make things very. Tra- oh, you suck at them, dog. You're terrible. Terrible. Um, you when meeting a new person, you're not very open. You ask strange questions, sometimes to make it awkward. Not that's not always that bad, but you when someone asks you a question, you don't answer immediately. You get distracted and do something else. Sometimes you just leave without saying bye, like things that normal people do, and it's frustrating. You when somebody new says, "Hi, how are you?" You'll just be like quiet, and then I'll sometimes have to say, "Zoot, how are, they said hello? How are you doing?" And you'll be like, "Oh, I'm fine." I'm ready, baby. What up, pimp? Calm down. Baby, 25. Dude, look at you. And you get to go again? Go, dog. Of course you miss me. I'm amazing. Calm down, Zoot. We all know that. Zoot, you are spanking me this game, son. You're up, big dog. Zoot, are you gonna win? Zoot. This game is over. You won. Are you proud of yourself? It's over. Zoot, it's over. Oh, big one. Big move, Zoot. Zoot, end it. Zoot, go. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. What up, pimp? Yep. Oh, dude, I'm about to lose. It's like impossible. You're up, pimp. No. No, go. How did you just heal? Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Zoot, well, you should be. You played like a G. Now you ready to play? You've lost, or you have not won in this game in like 15 games in a row. What up, pimp? No. No. What are your thoughts on this shot? You just helped me. Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Did you see that? Zoot, did you see how good that shot was? Your shot's dog shit. Your shot's just gonna help me. It was bad. Your shit is terrible. Your shot is terrible. You can't get through all that. It's over, baby. Yes. I've had people in my family who are rabbis, but they're like a long time ago. Oh, come on, baby. Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, they know that I've always been an interesting individual, and oh fuck, I don't know if they haven't made me aware of anything negative about it. So long as I don't have to come to them for money, I think they're fine. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're just gonna help me. Thank you. Zoot, thank you. Zoot, did you hear me just say thank you? Do you know why I said thank you? Because you made this easy. Make it, Zoot. You just missed it. Zoot, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. I'm terrible at this hole. Dog. Dude, look how good a shot this is. Dude, you admitted that you have a little dick. I mean, that's okay. I think that I'd rather be lacking a finger than have Tourette syndrome. I would rather be lacking a finger than Tourette syndrome. I wouldn't go as far as an entire hand, but maybe I might say that I would rather have lost maybe, God forbid, an entire hand than Tourette syndrome. It seems terrible. All your secrets are gone. You admit like stupid shit randomly. You could seriously piss off like people, even if like you could just you could piss off people and you didn't mean to. Oh, dude, it all comes down to this hole. I hope you win, dude. Dude, I hope you win. I've beaten you like 15 games in a row. You should, or but that's what you need. That's what you need. Make it, make it, dude. Make it, make it, Zoot. You won, dude. That was amazing. I'm proud of you. I don't care. You won, dude. That was really great. Are you proud of yourself? Yeah. Are you proud of yourself? What'd you say? You've never won before? Zoot, you won't beat me in bowling. I play bowling every night. That's not courage, dog. Zoot, you're done. Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that spare, son? Zoot, did you see that spare? Because it wasn't. You didn't knock down all the pins. In order for it to be a strike, you need to knock down all the pins. Zoot, you're done. Zoot, are you ready? Oh, I fucked up though. Zoot, make a strike, dog, and you're back in the game. Oh, it's over for you. This game is over. Oh, Zoot, let me make it very clear to you. Let me make it extremely clear to you. This game is over. Zoot, you're done. It's over for you, and you're not going to win. Dog, what do you think of this shot, son? Look at the score, Zoot. Technically, I think it would be an 8 out of 10. Zoot, this game is over. You could get 3 strikes in a row, and you still lose. It's over for you. All of these are zeros. Every single one. Every single one of these. You didn't even get half my big big dog. You didn't even get half my score. It's time for 4 in a row. 100. Well, I won, so that's a 10 out of 10, big man. Zoot, are you ready? You have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot. And just win. Do you know what you call someone who wins with ADHD? That's exactly right. There you go. Are you going to go, though? That's my question for you. Are you going to go? Zoot, that was a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant thing. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, you want to know something? Yes, sir. Extremely. You help me to create content overnight when it's most difficult for me to create content. People will be fascinated by our conversations. And you know what else by which they'll be fascinated? How badly I whoop your ass in all these games. People will just be going cray for that. A stop? I'm cool with that. Perhaps, big dog. Are you sure about that? All right, well, that's a cool story. Zoot, I just won. Thanks, baby.
All right, so you got a house now. You got the real insulation in the end. Right.
Zoot, thank you for the win. Zoot, you are just getting your ass kicked in this game. Did you know that? Let's try it a little different way. You're up, Zoot.
That's not the way it's with the bad insulation. It needs to be holes in the boat, as it were. So yeah, even in a beautifully warm place like every home, this is something We can have killer air conditioning systems. We can have killer heating systems. Whether we live in
I'm gonna win, baby.
once you've got your AC and your heat worked out, the other half of that equation is actually insulating the envelope of the structure that you live in, so that whatever you're in,
Dude, how about you just go?
because hot air rises, and we just don't want to lose it. We want to keep energy of the interior of the house. We've worked so hard, we've spent all this money to get that.
I didn't waste any time, baby.
It's basically like the idea of that it keeps warm things warm, it keeps cold things cold. That insulation.
You're up, big dog.
And so, yeah, insulation is the other critical side of the temperature control. A lot of people think, well, I live in a box, I don't need insulation.
I won. Yeah, I did. It's over, baby. It's over. It's over for you, son. That game is over for you. OVER, baby. Over. Zoot, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You're up, baby. Everybody's waiting on you. Are you going to go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off Raw? Of course you are. All right, well, that's your opinion. Oh, you don't think it was a good move by you? Oh, Zoot, go fuck yourself.
Special guest Chris Perez from American Visual Windows. That's tomorrow from 9 to noon. Don't miss it. And as for today, get out there and get busy building yourself. We'll see you tomorrow.
What up, pimp? I think it was brilliant. You're up, big man. Big dog, you're up. Zoot. Zoot, did you know that you're up? Are you proud of that? Okay, are you proud of that? Oh, Zoot, you fucked up. Everywhere? Are you gonna? Oh, baby, that's a good move. Baby, baby, baby. That is a good move, Zoot. Zoot, you made a really good move. Oh, yeah, you did. How was I so blind to? How was I so? Boy, that's good. I got fucked. Zoot, are you ready? All right, dude. Everybody fucking knows you could have won in two different ways. Are you ready to accept your invitation and lose? What up, pimp? I think it was brilliant, son. Calm down, Zoot. What up, pimp? Zoot, it's over for you. Shut the fuck up. You don't have the first thing needed for super autism, which is a huge dick. You even just admitted it earlier in this discussion. Zoot, did you know that you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you to accept it, dog? Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you. Are you gonna go? Are you proud of that move? It's over. Zoot, you just lost. Is that my fault? At what point was that my fault? After this darts game. Zoot, everybody's awaiting you to play darts. Zoot, this is your game. So accept the invitation. Okay. Everybody loves your plans. Accept the fucking invitation. Zoot, I sent you an invitation. I'm waiting on you to accept it. Zoot. Zoot, accept the fucking invitation, dog. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, accept the invitation. Dog, you take forever. Yeah, you are. I just fucking checked out, son. You have to do really well. You need 3 bullseyes in a row or some other shit. If you get a triple 20, it's over. You lose. It's over. Oh, dude, you almost got it. All right, Zoot, go to bed. It was really fun whooping your ass, and come back tonight, okay? That was fun. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gonna pick another wide receiver? Would you shut the fuck up? All right. I'm literally just gonna pick any fucking running back. Mock draft. Oh, we're up. How about Joe Mixon? How about Jay Blue? Jaden Blue. Sucks. Najee Harris. Eye injury from a fireworks accident. Fuck. Braylon Allen. All right, let's take a rookie. Flex. Mims, another no. How about Joe Mixon? No. All right, take the blue guy, Jaden Blue, 3% starting. Oh, dude, this guy sucks. All right, here we go. Here we are, Jaden Blue. Got him. All right, I won't pick again for like years.
Depends on what. Depends on whether the lawyer gives you a free consultation, Gary. It's up to the lawyer to decide whether he gives you a free consultation or not.
Oh, you're done. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
In terms of participating on finances, I got this testimony. My ex-wife and I.
Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gonna pick another wide receiver? Would you shut the fuck up?
Everything was easy peasy, but it took a long time because our finances were screwed up.
Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gonna pick?
And that was pretty pricey. So there it was. Uncontested course. Now, usually, when a contested course, it's easy. It's a couple of $1,000, right? It can even be $400 on the internet. So, are you thinking of getting divorced? What kind of property do you guys own? All right, so that's easy. You just bought it together 50 years ago. Okay, you bought it for community properties, community assets. Okay, that's easy. You just split. That's real simple. Yeah, of course. A lawyer will allow you to do that. Or the attorney will say it's a deal between you and the attorney. Can I pay you? houses and one buys the other one out. Negotiate payments, not negotiate payments. Yeah, so I can't give you an estimate of what the divorce costs. And a divorce can cost billions of dollars. There is huge property at stake. Somehow, one spouse is accusing the other spouse of hiding money, or custody battles, fighting over custody of the kids, or fighting over the dog. Custody of the dog. Spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's no dog on the planet that's worth $100,000. There's no kid on the planet worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Larry, hi Larry, welcome. Good morning. Yes, sir. And I think it's okay. Check. Oh, so you accepted the offer. How much under market do you think that she sold the house for? Okay, so did she and your both beneficiaries under the will? Okay, so she got half the money, so she screwed herself too, right? All right, so here is your lawsuit against her. It's $50,000. And she's going to argue we had to sell it very quickly. How much did the house sell for? Oh, and you agreed to it. Well, here's the bottom line. You agreed to it. You didn't question it. When did you realize the house sold for $100,000 under? And she won. All right, and when was the money deposited? Maybe 3 weeks ago. All right, so now 3 weeks after you have to check. Now, here is what you have, and that is she is the beneficiary and the executor of the will. So you can argue she was in conflict, and under law, she in fact is your fiduciary duty, like less money than you should get. If you go after her for that, for the $50,000, I might argue that she was double dealing. Effectively, she had well, and she had the benefit, and she was the executor. Now, when she bought you out, you get a common property in the area. I mean, nothing. You just accepted the money, right? Oh, and you think the property hasn't gone up in 2 years? Yeah, and you do have someone, and that is that she got the benefit by selling you, by underselling the house that she really didn't undersell. She sold you for $50,000. It's sort of a robbery. She accepted it. I don't know if the agreement had to do with it. She was in conflict of racial fiduciary duties. When you signed the check and deposited, you put the word idiot anywhere in your name. Oh, good. All right, good. That makes a great deal of sense. This is Handle on the Law.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in my 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. An alleged carjacked car with 3 kids under 10 years old inside has been arrested in Malibu after a police chase that started in East LA. Now, many Republicans are criticizing Governor Newsom's new plan to replace CHP teams to fight crime, calling it ironic. The effort targets high crime areas like LA and the Inland Empire. Republicans say Newsom should instead fund prosperous states to better equip law enforcement. We are going to check on what's happening in Anaheim Hills.
My source no house water for precious. Just a couple things that I did when I bought my new house. One of them is called Life Sources. Why? Because it's high-end, filters water, beauty-free, delicious water, and it's safe, delicious. And that is, you do your dishes, your clothes, your drinking,
effectively bottled water barrels to do that. So call 800-WATER-99. 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com.
We've got an accident in Anaheim Hills on the 91.
Accidents are clothing to act your effort, not shooting outside of the 91 report. During Ohio Ranger Fast Track Lane pre-launch was attacked and impaired with an electric vehicle ran by an construction barrier. Behind the press line news means the situation started at 55. I'll be over to the westbound side of the 91 before Lakeview Avenue. The vehicle accident was centered by your area of the fast track lane. No delays on the west 91. It's a good run from the Riverside interchange all the way to 110. The Southern California accurate traffic reports on my show. Listen to the Stephen J. Klubick podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with famous attorney Robert Shapiro. This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement. Batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hey, it's Shannon, and I'm talking to Ted Barnes, the GM over at Thorson Buick GMC. And Ted, I heard that $7,500 tax credit's going away. Everyone's talking about it. What does it all mean?
Yeah, it's going away. So what's it mean? It's here in the nominee piece. So on a 24-month lease, that means the payment goes up by $400 a month. On a 36-month lease, the payment goes up by $800. It's a big deal.
We all have a plan for this, right?
Yeah, well, I think we have a plan. This is part of which
What is athleticism?
September 30th is when
So now is the time head to Thorson and Buick GMC. They asked for you, Ted.
Yeah, ask for me, ask for Tom. Just have us in the store, so we'll take care of you. Maybe no BS or kind of deal and make it easy. Get that tax credit before it's gone.
That's why I go to Thorson Buick GMC, right off the 210 at Madre. Check them out at ThorsonMotorCenter.com.
I work hard, like Ted, all year, and I deserve this 3-day weekend. Well, do exactly what I do everything. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
Chill on the beach, slide down the water slide, or float down the lazy river. Even the places called Day Pass now.
Number 4.
Less work, more food. We've got Labor Day specials at Good Times Cafe, Los Fiesta Taco, and Big Coffee all weekend. Everybody swipe and pay. You can get up to $100 in cash for free play when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. Wednesdays and Thursdays.
And the number 2.
Cedric the Entertainer, live September 19th. Get tickets now.
And the number 1 reason.
Just because it's Labor Day doesn't mean your summer vacay is over. Our rates in September are as low as $109.
For 1 year, Casino Resort and Spa, celebrating 20 years of good times.
They do hereditary transthyretin, amyloidosis, or HATTR. Restream. It was so many recommended symptoms. I had to treat it seriously. And as a matter of fact, I did. I talked to my doctor. He prescribed
Wainua, a plundercine injection, 45 milligrams for adults with polyneuropathy due to hereditary ATTR. Wainua lowers vitamin A levels, which is serious when common. Take supplements as directed by your doctor. Vomiting is also a common side effect. Tell your doctor if you develop eye problems, such as dry eyes or night blindness, and about all the medicines you take, especially vitamin A or beta-carotene supplements. And if you are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed, changes in vitamin A levels due to Wainua or vitamin A loss may harm your baby. There's a lot to know about HATTR, and as a matter of fact, Wainua. Talk to your doctor about Wainua. Visit Wainua.com. That's WAINUA.com. Or call 1-844-292-4682. I heard the call to serve, so I answered. I earned a time at work, and I discovered my purpose. I found belonging, an unbreakable bond with my fellow Marines. We fought to overcome adversity together in defense of our nation and its people. I lived a full life, rich with meaning. And even though I no longer wear these, I am still a Marine. My service has come full circle. I will always look at you those around me. I will always uplift and support my country and my community. Because that is the promise I made. That is what it means to be a Marine. Vanillas. Always faithful. Always green.
If you're injured and need a player, go to handleonlaw.com.
K5 AM 640 for stimulating talk.
Welcome back. Handle on Law Marginal Legal Advice. Carol, welcome to Handle on the Law.
Thank you. Introducing Pop Pod Socks, the hottest new collectible that will take your breath away. Enjoy free chronic coughing and permanent lung scarring.
All right, let me ask this. The money spent on the credit cards happened after the bankruptcy, correct?
Yeah.
So there's no protection for bankruptcy. And strangely enough, credit card companies do give credit cards to people that have gone bankrupt because they know there's no protection. Money is owed. And the answer is, can they consolidate it? Of course. You can go to one of these credit repair organizations and hear them on radio, you see them on TV, and they will do consolidation. They will kind of deal with the credit card companies to do payments, no interest, or 50 cents on the dollar. Because she can say, hey, I know I can't go bankrupt, but I can't afford to pay either. But here is the deal. I'll borrow the money from my uncle, my aunt, my kids, and pay you 50 cents on the dollar. So now, the credit card company is asking itself, are we better off 50 cents on the dollar now, or are we better off trying to collect money and sue? So, yeah, you can just talk. She can do it on her own, actually, because the money is so little. What's the maximum amount that she owes? What's the biggest?
I'm guessing it's 10,000 max.
Well, you said it was $7,500.
I just thought up to 10,000. I don't know exactly. I don't want to ask her. I just want to help her.
You know what? Why don't you ask her? Because you're going to help her. Say, hey, I want to help you by talking to Handle. And he wants to know how big a flake you actually are.
How would she go about finding a credit repair organization?
She listens. You do an internet search, and some are really the problem. Some are pretty schlocky, and some are excellent. And so she has to look at reviews. She has to look at anybody else who does exactly the same thing. They do a good job for you. So the real issue with her is finding a good one. And once she has found a good one, then she lets them do her thing, and they come back and say, hey, can you raise $3,000 or $5,000 with a deal with them? Or they're accepting payments that you can afford. So they got to deal with late interest, whatever. So, yeah, and that was to a whole lot of people. Boy, that was the first rodeo that someone's been on. Frank! Hello, Frank!
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call. I have a quick question. I own a home with a loan balance. My brother wants to pay off the loan. How can I put his name on the title and that's not the type of my property tax?
Well, yeah. Here is, you want to put his name on it, you can just quick claim from you. Both. In other words, you're transferring the property from you to you. That's on you. The loan company has nothing to do with it. Now, the loan company call the loan. In other words, is the loan agreement if you transfer the property, then we can call the loan, then we hold all of it. And especially if you're paying it off, that becomes valid. So, yeah, easily you can transfer the property to your brother and this quickly. That's you can put that on the internet. Now the issue comes, the house is reassessed and valued because you are transferring it interspouse or to your children, where the tax base stays exactly the same. You get to figure out how much more taxes are going to be refunded. And if you're what I would call
assessor's office and simply ask the question: if someone transfers property to a brother or adds a sibling's name to it, does that change the tax codes? That's the way to do it, and I don't know the answer. It does. That's on the county. It depends on the assessor's office. But if you bought your home a long time ago, how long did you? Oh yeah, you're not paying much tax. How much is it worth? Hold on. Let me go backwards. How much did you pay for the house? Okay, when the loan balance is $200,000, it's worth $850,000, and so on $200,000, your taxes, if you live in Southern California, count at 1%, it's $3,000. It's increased $600,000, and the assessor will reassess the property based on what the value is at the time the property is transferred. You may end up paying $500 or more, depending on property value. Depends on what county I'm sorry? Yeah, usually $1%. So $500. Then don't have your mother on title. But he can make the payment. And if your brother will make the payment and under a legal obligation that he gets the property, or he owns half interest in the property, they might be not on it, but he owns half an interest. That you can do. I'm sure he does. In the meantime, let's talk about your choices. If you can't afford to make the payments anymore, you're going to lose the house. And there is no house for him to have his name on it. So the two of you have to work that one out. This is handled on the law.
Another Booker live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom is promising to find out after a new congressional map was signed into law in Texas. Newsom posted a promotional video on his X account yesterday. Newsom is proposing a temporary shift in California's redistricting power from an independent committee over to lawmakers to increase Democratic seats. Neighbors in Lake Balboa have voiced their concerns about a number of forthcoming developments in the area. City Councilwoman Imelda Padilla says their concerns about a new homeless RV parking area is not happening.
There's not going to be an RV lot coming to that corner or living in the RVs. We want the true details. My team is here to give the truth behind it.
Residents also say they don't want a 494-unit affordable housing community, but Padilla said it's been fast-tracked because of the city's homeless emergency. She says she's working with neighbors who have concerns about other projects on the site owned by LA Metro. California is pausing a plan that would have made oil companies pay a penalty of their profits. ABC's Alex Snow says the plan is being put on hold until at least 2030.
California already has by far the nation's most expensive gasoline. The Commission said it's not walking back efforts to move away from fossil fuels, but must prioritize protecting consumers in the gas pump.
He says 2 oil refineries that make up 18% of California's refining capacity have already made plans to close because of the new rules. Let's go to an accident on the 210.
If you're looking to get out of your house, moving, downsizing, whatever you usually live in a house, real estate broker, efficient, clean, repair, mortgage loans. Now StuartBuyers.com. They'll buy your house. Fair price, no commission, and boy, it goes quick. Cash within 10 days or less. DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. Visit DirectBuyers.com.
The heat advisory in effect, and it's overheating us out there. Highs are going to be in the low 90s in Metro LA and OC. Right now it is 88 in Oklahoma, 75 in Mountain Valley. Live from the Campfire 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Booker.
UCI Health's cancer innovation guides us on the path of progress, while our unwavering commitment to caring for cancer patients drives us forward. Our experienced specialists combine state-of-the-art technology with groundbreaking clinical trials, bringing tomorrow's treatments to our patients today. Together, we're pioneering a new era in treatment, where leading-edge solutions and compassionate care for a brighter future. Visit UCIHealth.org today. Powered by University of California, Irvine.
And Steve Sharp with exciting news from the Kitchen Store. It's time for the Kitchen Store's Dream Kitchen summer pricing right now. Through August 31st, get up to 25% off all kitchen cabinets. Yes, the Kitchen Store is ready to give you up to 25% off. Visit them in store or book your appointment online at www.thekitchenstore.net or just call them. 310 Kitchen, but don't miss out on Dream Kitchen summer pricing at the Kitchen Store. Experience elite luxury with Cadillac Fascinator. Elevate your drive to new heights. Today, it is Sherry. She's a friend of mine. We're just ready for the surgery.
Yes, and I'm very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
That is Sherry.
that is right.
Yeah. So, like Sherry.
Honestly, it's ran seamless, and what a blessing that is. When you're already nervous about an health issue, which I was, I never shared my expenses. There were zero problems. Let me tell you, having people trained with you, call in me, that is just refreshing. Yes.
That's what you tell people love and share. They love saving. So we get the whole family can save $500 per month.
I am very thankful for that sharing. It is so different, and I mean, different in a very, very good way.
It is a good difference. Call now. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 844-50. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. And on
An iHeart radio station. We're stimulating time.
Danielle. Good morning, Danielle. What can I do for you? Yes.
Good morning. My father-in-law owns a house in Illinois, actually. He's selling. I'm in North Carolina. I'm coming to North Carolina to buy my house. He's renting it out because he's got solar panels that he bought, and there's a lease on it as a company, and there's no way to contact them. And we're trying to.
Yeah, and you know how I believe that? I'm in exactly the same position.
Really?
Yeah, you just described me, name of the company, everything. And it's there. Now, I'm not selling the house, so I don't know where you're going with that. Trying to contact them, that's a different story. And it was my system has now worked from the time I put it in over a year ago. And so I wanted the first time a human being called me. I've been trying to reach them for months. The first time I talked to a human being is when I got called because I owed them a bill. And they said, you owe me money. And I said, you think I'm paying for it? Because the system doesn't work. Are you out of your mind? So inevitably, I got someone to come out and fix it. That actually happened yesterday. So I don't know where to go on this. Yeah, that transfers over.
Yes, you got a contract with like an escrow company to And you got like a 5-bedroom house and 4 ranches.
All right, yeah, that's big money. I think you have to simply negotiate with your escrow person saying that there's a lease on there. And at this point, we don't know. Is it working, by the way? Is the system working, Danielle?
Yeah, it's working as far as I know.
Okay, well, that's good news. So it's just a question of how to transfer, and are you still on the hook? And I mean, there's ways around taking an escrow. People negotiate that sort of stuff all the time. And so I'm going to suggest talk to the escrow person and say,
They want my daughter-in-law to buy it out. He doesn't want to buy it out. He wants to transfer the lease.
all right, well, let's say this. What if the only way to do it is to buy it out? And then you look at when did he buy his house? When did he buy his house?
Maybe in the 90s.
Okay, so now the house is worth $1.5 million, if not more. $1 million? Okay, so let's say it's worth $2 million and he bought it in the 90s, so there's virtually no mortgage on it, correct?
I don't really know.
Okay, so I'm assuming he's made a lot of money on this. So now he sells it for X dollars, and let's say it costs $30,000 to buy out the solar system. Right? So, all right, $50,000 to buy out the solar system. Right? In that range too. And then you ask yourself, so let's say he sells it for $1 million. Okay, I'm just trying to throw a figure out there. What had he accepted $950,000? And if the answer if the answer is yes, then what he does is knock that amount off the sales price and just buy it. Or he sells it for the full price and he just writes a check with the money that he's getting.
I was wondering if it was going after the Attorney General.
No, God, no, that's good. No. I'm assuming he made enough money on this thing. Where $50,000 is not the end of the world in order to cut the deal. Especially
I'm not just sure. It's not my husband is in jail, and he's getting quite a lot of money to that.
What's your husband? Hold on, wait a minute. Your husband is in jail, Danielle?
Yes.
For what? Why is he in jail?
He was a minor under 16.
And you're still married?
Yeah, I don't have to be a reason to not be married at this point. I've got power of attorney.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So I'm assuming you don't visit him a lot.
No, never.
Okay, fair enough. So the question is to ask, would you accept $50,000 less for this purchase? And usually the answer is yes. And what happens is you get the money, whatever amount is, and you write a check and you get out of that lease. That's what I would do. Because I don't know at this point if you have the leaseholder, especially the mortgage holder, the person that owns the lease, you can't get a hold of it. What the hell do you do? What do you do? Ray. Hello, Ray. Welcome.
Hi.
Yes.
Hey, so I'm talking about my son who's going to be going to college. He is for a apartment right next to the campus. And I've been here in church, he's been in it, and he went and applied for this 3-bedroom. He named it of his friend that he wanted to move with. And
First of all, what makes the switches like what exactly?
Yeah. So this is what happened. So understanding that there are only 3 people in the room, but they only do a lease with each person individually, so there's no evidence of who else will go. And they didn't find out after time of the lease that there's actually 4 people in the room sharing a bedroom with one of his friends.
So I don't quite understand how So it was the friend that actually changed it up. So I don't quite understand. Okay, they put someone in the room. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, right. Okay, so you went back to the school. What the heck's going on? Right?
Yeah, well,
what are they saying? What are they saying?
So they're saying that you're creating a shared website and they have this big side of the
That doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. What did he say? Did he allow? At least does he say anything about it?
Remember, it's neutral site. Neutral site. They're going to be a lot of Tennessee here.
Okay, hold on. What was checked? Was it checked? We'll find someone in the future. That was checked. Okay. Okay, so this is the future. 2 minutes afterwards, the future. They're going to argue. I'm a little confused. Okay, so what they did is you have a lease that puts 3 people in this apartment and they put a 4th person. And you're calling them up and they won't respond or they say they don't care or they say they have a right to do it. What are they saying, right? That's BS. That is BS. That is no. Come on. You don't make one. You can't tell you about real estate. So you have to be verbal. So now you have an issue where they breach the lease. What do you do now? Do you not let that kid in? So you say, you're not going to let it and if you start going for a lawsuit, it's going to cost you just like you have to negotiate with them. Everything has to be in line. What do you do? I would let you get in. I'd say, hey, you're not allowed. This is happening on the law.
Heather Brooker, live from 24-hour newsroom. Here is the latest. A community march has been held today in Lancaster. 33-year-old Shayla Gutierrez was
David Robert Jones.
but has since surrendered to authorities.
You fucking with me. Just swear my life. Your dad's David Bowie? Yeah. Like Space Odyssey? Yeah. Yeah. Ground control to Major Tom. No fucking shot. No. Are you lying? No. You can look up my name, Alexandria Jones, if you want. But, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, so that comes with that. Your dad's David Bowie? Yeah. Are you? I swear. No, I know you probably get slut.
Inspection every single year. The Bucket is offering free real-time inspections. They can get rid of all compliance without attention, and they're going to repair because it is those nasty bugs gone. I know this personally because I've used the Bucket at my home for the last 8+ years. Bucket is family owned. I love that. Surveyed Southern California for
for 66 years to protect your home with a free termite inspection. That's right, free termite inspection. Now, down to 50 on yourself and save the money. Call today to also receive a 3-year maintenance program with complete inspection service. Your free termite inspection now down to 50 and save the money. Now down to 50 and save the money. This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending. iHeart Sports Network. College football USC kicks off their season at home against Missouri State. UCLA loses Utah in their opener tonight. Dodgers shut out by the Diamondbacks in the series opener. Offense 3 hits. The Angels 2 hit by the Astros. Their third loss in a row. Archer signed offensive tackle David Sharp to the practice squad. Everything's for Harrison and if he goes open, no back. Djokovic battles for bad conditions to get to the 4th round. I'm Travis.
Let's go to an accident that has been cleared in Hills on the 91.
Westbound side of the 91 before Lake U.S. area of the passenger but no delays on the west 91 from Riverside to this other
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Need better sleep this Labor Day weekend. Upgrade to premium sleep. Mattress Firm's best sale of the year. Let their sleep experts match you with the perfect bed and get the rest you deserve. It makes sleep easy.
Best price, easy financing, and great service. Visit LexusSantaMonica.com or see them today. Switch to Boost Mobile and get unlimited talk and extra data, which is $25 a month forever. Visit the Boost store today. Everybody you buy just for these stores means customers pay $25 a month. Sounds like we have one of those on the way.
I'm your appetite. Been a minute since we hit the trail. Why not roll me over to Goodwood? Donate to me helps Goodwood's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. And that keeps us all moving. Donate today. On your left. To find your nearest Goodwill location and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your needs start new lives.
Motions and solid coverage were reported. If you're interested in a warrior, go to hesalonthelaw.com. KFI 648.
Welcome back. John Marshall advice. Cameron. Hello, Cameron.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I'm calling a little bit kind of a different question than the majority of people are actually making a bench work out of state. I live in Tennessee. I'm charged in York, Pennsylvania. With the bench work, and the bench work's over Austin, Jim. I do have a public defender that I've been trying to stay in contact with. I followed all the lawyers' instructions. And I was told that if I did all these things, that I would not have to appear in Pennsylvania as a long drive. And I'm working with the DUI and something. I'm not a state, I know nothing whatsoever.
Okay, so none of that is true. And they charged you, so you didn't show up because it's such a drive. Now we're talking about they charged you first. What was the first day? I've already forgotten.
I know, so it's Pennsylvania that I'm charged with the DUI.
Okay.
And I did appear.
Okay, and they convicted you. Is that right?
Correct. And I've done that, but then I've had fees.
Okay, so you didn't pay those. So you have a bench warrant for not paying those fees. And and they investigated it in Pennsylvania. The court was, and again, my memory is like ridiculously gone this morning. What was the state you got the DUI in? Oh, it was I thought I heard New York and I saw you thought it was, yeah, I thought it was New York, but I couldn't believe it. Yeah, okay, so, you didn't pay and you got nailed on a multi-stream. Yeah, I get that. I was thinking whether it's technical or not. And so how much do you owe Cameron? Okay, do you have $1,100 to pay the court? Okay, so here's what I would do. And since you can't go there, you write a letter, an affidavit, and hopefully they take it and the clerk will hand it to the judge, and the judge decides whether or not to lift the order. You could probably do this via Zoom.
So I filled out a financial affidavit, and there was no way to submit it, so I sent to my lawyer. They never responded back to me until the day of the court.
Okay,
And
so
I'm going to pay the entire thing.
all right, all right. So you write to the court. You're asking the judge, and you write all of this pursuant to the affidavit. And the problem is, how do you prove it?
Well, I actually got an email trail, or a text trail of everything that I did, back and forth, or an email trail back and forth from the public defender. So the day that she started talking to me, I'm telling her it's different.
So you can prove that well, let me ask you, since they convicted you and this is contempt here, right? So, and so you're going to ask the court to lift contempt hearing, and you're going to ask for a payment plan. Of course, whenever you don't have the $1,100, the court may, in fact, allow you to do community service. Where at the end of it, the case is dismissed. That's what you asked for. And you can do community service anyway. So they get clean up the trash off of the roadway or the freeway over there. All right, let's ask about okay, you asked about Tennessee, and you get to arrange all of it and say, Your Honor, I'm prepared to do this. You ask, anyway, you ask, and you say, this is having community property community service program, and here is where it's at, and you sort of put all of that together, and especially if you have, better things, check this out. If you try, you're all that's it. Anybody you want, you can be the timeshare company would love to have someone pay every single month or every single year, and they'll just pick it up. So I don't even know if you have the ability to do it. It just disappeared with her. You're going to, if there's no probate, no summary probate, it's not worth anything else. I don't want it. I don't want to think about it. Okay. All right, then just leave it alone. Then I'll just okay, then just leave it alone. That's all. Just forget about it. Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Nothing. They're going to go after your mother, and they're going to say, you have a contract to pay it, and you're going to probably write back and say, my mom's not around anymore, and they're going to keep on sending letters, and you don't have to, but they'll keep on sending letters and harassing, my mom is dead. And the next one is my mom is completely dead. And then after that, you have a hard time understanding what happens to dead people. They don't pay. There's no responsibility. No, absolutely not. Children are not responsible for that. No, nothing. I don't want their blowing smoke, Alice. You sign nothing because they're going to want you to accept that timeship. And you can't agree with that. You don't want it. Just out of worry. And they're going to come up with you have to have it. Now you know. That's not true. What makes me think that I want it or I'm responsible? It's my there is no law that says children are responsible for timeshares. Okay. They're lying. Okay. Just ignore it. When it comes to your mom's address, you see it from them, throw it in the trash. And if they call you and say you're responsible, you go, no, I'm not. And they go, well, yes, you are. That's the lie. And they go, okay, take me to court. Okay, file a lawsuit. And as a matter of fact, Alice, pray they file a lawsuit because then you sue them for abuse of process using the law fraudulently to get money from them. Nothing to worry about. I eat lots of onions and garlic, and sometimes I eat them. I have morning bread, coffee bread, and sometimes smelly bread for apparently no reason. Selwyn's Minty Mouth is my answer, probably yours. You pop two or three capsules in your mouth, suck on the minty coating, and when that's gone, you swallow or bite into the capsule, and they go to work in your gut. Parsley seed oil or smelly bread can camp out. So Selwyn's is a double hit. Mouth and stomach, and no breath that can even touch Selwyn's. Hours and hours of fresh, clean breath. That's in your future. And your family and friends will still hate you, but they'll love your breath. Go to Selwyn's.com, promo code KFI. Check out their special discount. You'll have confidence. You'll get a promotion. You'll find your soulmate. You'll win the lottery. All because of your great breath. Okay, maybe not, but you will have absolutely great breath. Go to Selwyn's.com, CELMINS, Selwyn's.com, promo code KFI. This is Handle on named after. Then again, it's KOST HD2 Los Angeles. As a high school quarterback in Louisiana.
Heather Brooker live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has announced a new statewide task force to clean up homeless camps.
The governor says the new state action facilitation on encampments or SAFE task force will start working in California's 10 largest cities. It includes LA, Long Beach, Anaheim, and San Diego.
Yards 137.
The government's to move homeless people from their camps to temporary and later permanent housing. It calls the camps dangerous and unsanitary. He previously threatened to withhold state funding from cities.
Then again, they're trying to win a national title for the first time.
Into the Civil War itself, because it's highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, it's one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It ultimately failed for several reasons, but it was swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 Karbovatsi, which is the Karbonets, which is the unit of currency. On the right has it in Polish, both official languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, Inter Karbonetses. That this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief-lived Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, published at Harvard, A Prayer for the Government of Ukrainian Jews in Revolutionary Times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We also have pogroms in 1903, 1904, Ukrainian nationalist territory. How is it possible they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago. I'm very proud to have it being available to Ukrainians as well. So, basically, what's going on is, if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of Crimea, and also attack in the eastern part of Donbass, which it still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentration of Jews in the right bank of Ukraine, and it is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population is Jews. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians, hugely agrarian, majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state, which is focused around an organization that people call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia, that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country, was insufficient numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of its size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, it had something close to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War I. They had reason not to be so necessarily loyal to this Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that
It's a tight game. So I just talked about the trenches. The both offensive line have new starters on each side, so they're going to have to deal with a lot of it.
Anyone would see the benefit in specifically associating their energy
They're going to see how they gel together. I think Ohio State is better suited to deal with all this. And the last thing I'll just say is this crowd, this environment, this is a tough place to be able to play, communicate. I think Ohio State and South Texas lowest scoring game, 21-17. Let's talk about the environment.
which
You've been here for some big games.
many communal rights to Jews. Just to give you an example of undocumented that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them. As I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. And it's a letter written to the Jewish community of Cleveland. And if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script, but if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal written standardized language. This is ironically, as my father, Alvin Sean, would say, shows one of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language. Right? The worries that Russia will somehow be, the great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters. And every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space. And then afterwards, the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint to paint over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and they had to use it to write Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they're willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that, but they are nevertheless making a good faith effort try and include Jews in this new government. Okay. But what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed. A pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse than the Magnitsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that, even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that. You have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence and murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in all kinds of unprecedented.
How are you? What's good, son? Do you speak English? I'm well. How are you, my friend? Oh, yeah, I know, Kat. Okay, so how are you? My friend, I can't understand what you're saying. What are you saying?
Uber and Dollar Tree are forming a partnership that allows users to shop Dollar Tree and have their items delivered by Uber through the Uber Eats and Uber app. The new feature is available for more than 9,000 Dollar Tree stores. There is a $10 discount on Uber Eats.
It is. Yeah. Alcohol is very kosher. Yes. We're not Muslim. We're not Muslim. Wait, getting drunk is different. You're not supposed to get inebriated that you can't control yourself. But of course, kosher wine, we make kiddush over kosher wine. We drink, many Jews drink. Where does he want to go? I mean, that's that's let him go. Let him do what he wants to do. Absolutely, go for it. Yeah, I mean, if you don't remember, how am I supposed to remember? Oh yeah, he's fine. Because oh, he was just joking. He wasn't. He wasn't serious. Look, I'm not going to have 15 calls with you guys. If you're going to listen, no, hang up until you can focus. Go hang out with your friends. When you are sober, come back. Go hang out with your friends. Boy.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Look at your free iHeart app and listen now.
Do you find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMuro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to your mobile phone. Rich on Tech with Rich DeMuro this morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. This is Handle on Law. What's the legal advice? Hey, Herb, you're up. Welcome. What can I do for you?
Dude, this thing's taking so fucking long. I gotta take a whiz.
Long time. Yeah, usually the airlines do a pretty good job, and so they're usually right on top of it. All right, so you put a claim in for a lawsuit case, right, Herb? Okay, you already put the claim in, correct? Okay, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and they're ignoring it, and they're ignoring your suitcase being returned. How do you know? How do you know there's no effort? All right, that's the point. Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. And so at this point, let's assume your suitcase is lost. Because after 2.5 weeks, if they haven't found it and delivered it to you, it's probably lost. And so you make a claim for the reimbursement of what's in the suitcase. And unfortunately, because you got treaties, you've got the Montreal Treaty, it used to be the Warsaw Treaty that everybody signed.
much was your computer? Okay. Right. Well, I mean, it might be worth all. It's like, you might say, hey. Now, information in the cloud.
Go with your friends.
Flash drive. 150 years old. I get it. So let me ask.
Okay. Okay, I'm busy doing something, so enjoy your friends and come back when you're done. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Peace.
All of those. So that's not a problem. You know what I'm going to suggest you do? Make a claim for reimbursement, not finding your computer because or your suitcase. That obviously looks like it's gone. Get your $300. Make a claim for the money, and there's a form for it. Get whatever you get under the convention, $300 or $500, whatever the hell it is, and then just move on with your life. The legal part of it is, that just doesn't help. I mean, at some point, you say, yeah, I've been screwed. I say this all the time. But, at some point, what are you going to do under these circumstances? A bunch of old clothes, an old computer, an old guy. You put it all together, and come on. Bob! Hello, Bob.
Bill Handel, so great to talk with you.
Yes, it is. What can I do for you?
Are you okay with the speakerphone on my car so I can be hands-free? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's pretty good. I'm okay. Thanks for asking.
Okay. First, thank you for your unique humor that you bring to everything that you do.
Thank you. I thought you were going to thank me for my past knowledge of law, but I guess we're not going that direction.
I've been listening to you for like 20 years. So.
I know.
My brother was staying in a boarding care facility in Atlanta, and the manager lady came to him and said, "You have to move out." And he said, "You have to give me written notice." She said, "No, you got to be out by August 15th, or I'm sorry, July 15th." So July 15th comes, and he tells her again, "You're supposed to give me 30 days written notice." She sends in some guy to help pack his stuff and get him out, and the guy punches him and beats up on him, and my brother's got a black eye. The police come, and the thug said that my brother hit him, which my brother did not, and he lied. My brother said, "I want to press charges," and the police said, "Well, he said you hit him too, so that we'd have to take both of you." So my brother said, "Okay, forget it, I don't want to press charges." Does he have any recourse?
Well, okay. Let's start with he had a black eye. And if that's it, he had a black eye. He didn't have broken bones. He wasn't put in a hospital. He had a black eye. So your damages are really small. The police can be whoever the police want to. If they don't want to arrest, if they want to believe the other guy who said, Bob's brother hit me first, and they should believe it, and then that disappears. They're not going to want to press charges. The police don't like doing small cases. Because they've got, this is their credit, they've got a lot of things to solve. And this isn't big enough for us to deal with. Okay, the other situation is a civil suit against the facility. But the same thing is going to happen, and that is Thug is going to say Bob's brother beat me up. Bob is going to say Thug beat me up. So there really isn't a recourse. And your brother got screwed on this. There's no question about it. The good news is he's not sitting there with contusions, lacerations, and broken bones. Your brother came out of my hair. What's going on with him? Yeah, they tried to defraud. Yeah, they tried to defraud the government. Is what they tried to do. And there are we never asked him. No, and he is mentally ill. So who are you going to believe? Us? And we run this facility. We're licensed and we're good guys, and there's never been complaints, or there's been very few. Or your brother, who's mentally ill, and we didn't defraud the government. No application.
You little bitch.
So where are you going to go with that? Get him to another place. This is handle on the law.
Another hooker live from a nearby 24-hour newsroom. The woman who police say was murdered by her husband will be remembered in a march in Lancaster this morning. The body of Shayla Herrera was found not long after video showed her husband carrying a large hotel wrapped in bag. Osmar Cornejo, later left California, was found in Peru with the couple's two children. He's awaiting extradition. The march is scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning on Sierra Highway and will end at Lancaster City Hall. In Houston, today was handled for the reason for so many fires in the area. They say piles of trash and debris pop up regularly in a 600-acre area of the city in Encino. They say the city's responsible to clean up. LA Fire Department Captain Eric Scott agrees it is a problem.
And it's become a public safety concern due to heavy vegetation, the encampments, and illegal dumping in the area.
Governor Newsom has set up a homeless task force to dismantle homeless camps. The governor's office says the so-called state task force will target camps on state right-of-way in California's 10 biggest cities, so LA is one of them. California Democratic Congressman John Garamendi says federal budget cuts could hurt local hospitals and patients. He says President Trump's big beautiful bill could potentially weaken healthcare systems.
Yo, what up? How are you? Hello. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are you? Yo, dog. What? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Okay, excellent. But how did you find out about me? Seriously. How did you find out? How did you find out about Yo, how did you find out about me? I asked you a question nicely. How did you find out about me? Oh, that's great.
Here's another way. Just ask iHeartRadio. Playing all your favorites hands free. iHeartRadio.
There is malpractice. Property. I don't know. Malpractice. Well, it's a lot. So that's what. Okay, it's 8,000. Surgery. And it's the value of the dog, which is nothing. Ricardo, hi Ricardo, welcome to Handle on the Law.
Otherwise, but I had to get 2 surveys just retail.
I want to get too easy blues, bro. I don't like that as a person.
24-hour newsroom. Here's 33 Sheila Gutierrez Rosillo allegedly killed her husband surrendered to authorities and say that and called arrested by joint terrorist federal charges. Prosecutors say he targeted underage girls on descending and allegedly center. There is a heat advisory in effect in Metro LA. It is brought to you by Rocket Work.
Music Festival presented by Capital One. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Listening for the next chance to Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. In your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for streamers and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. A staggering 8 million tons of plastic ends up in the world's oceans every year. If current trends continue, our oceans could contain more plastic than fish by 2050. Do your part. Purchase items made from renewable or recycled content and recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter and sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
The CDC is ending long-running smoke bans that help scores of Americans quit smoking. It's called the Shift Former Smokers campaign, started 13 years ago. Will go off the air at the end of September because of funding cuts. The campaign is people telling their stories about the negative impact smoking has had on their lives while urging others to get help to quit. Data shows the campaign led millions attempting to quit while more than 1 million people successfully quit. California the researchers believe the treatment could also be effective for humans, unlike babies. Welcome to Time Snap.
It's me, Kate Morgan. We talk to you about a new podcast called Hackers. Very different. It's a sports podcast with people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. Just regular people laughing about sports. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly. It's not about something. We're just not going to take it seriously. If this making sense, let's kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Friday, why click that follow button? Because listen, it's unclickable. You know it's unclickable if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification. Well, so if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's all. It's going to be easy. Ooh, it's when was the last time you took a Chinese
I was driving and I see the girl sat down next to me. That was about to know. Hey, shout out my nigga Gerard, man. My nigga
I'm Francesca Streets, CNN travel journalist. And this is Trans Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make on campus. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decade-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Streets.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win For creators, dreamers, and fans who don't pause, visit ViralRabbi.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech. AM 640, more stimulating talk. Good evening, welcome back. Handle on law. Handle here. Marginal legal advice. Show Jim. Do I have that right? Show Jim? Oh, just Jim. Okay. Got it. All right. We had a glitch in the typing. Okay. What can I do for you?
I'm driving home from Vegas. Got a 85% speeding ticket. Never had a ticket for driving Southern Cal over 50 years. Asked him for a break, but he said it's too late, can't do it. Because he already wrote the ticket when he handed me the iPad to sign them. I never saw the ticket until after I signed. Anyway, just wondered if it's worth talking to a lawyer about trying to, see if, any exception.
Yeah, well, it's not even a question of acceptance. It's not a question of acceptance. First of all, it's your word for it. Let's say you go to court and you fight it. You have to say, I was not doing 85 miles an hour. Straight out, I wasn't. So you have to say that. Admit doing 85, and then the conversation over. Now, how do you fight a cop who is tagging you for 85? Well, the only way you can do it is if it was a radar gun, and usually they do it with a radar gun, then you fight the radar gun itself, the technology. And every day, the radar gun has to be calibrated. And if it is not calibrated correctly, then the radar gun's information is gone. And it can't be used. And now there's no proof that you went 85 miles per hour. That is not an easy thing. I'm sorry?
You said he caught me, he didn't use radar. And he told me 3 or 4 times that he caught me at 85 years old. Later on, when I read the ticket, there's a radar gun. Well, that's
not good news. But when he said he clocked you, what did he mean?
He said he was following me for a few miles.
Okay, that is a problem. So now it's your word against it. And keep in mind that you have every reason to run to get out of a ticket. He has every reason to reject it. The presumption is that the cop has no skin in the game. He just sees you going and he nails you. Now, it could be he's got plenty of skin in the game. But for once, it was time for him to receive somebody. He didn't get laid the night before. Punch drivers for whatever reason that he does. But it's considered. Anything you say is considered bias. Because obviously you need to have it. So it's your word versus your word. And I don't know what he does with that. You're going to be reckless. I don't know if you got any reckless. If it's reckless, that's the problem. It's just speaking of it doesn't matter. You were still doing what you were doing. So is it worth to fight it? I don't think so. I think you just got tagged. It's the first one out. You'll get another ticket. Is it going to hurt you? It's just a straight speeding ticket. It's going to be expensive. What happens is, I know it's a couple $100. You can add all of these assessments to it. So it may cost you $400 or $500. On top of that, does your insurance tag you? I don't know for what speeding ticket. It probably depends on the company. My insurance probably wouldn't tag me for one speeding ticket. Traffic school. Now, the other thing about traffic school is it could be that the whole thing is dismissed once you finish traffic school. They give you the one shot. I mean, you take your tickets, but they give you one shot and it's removed from your record. Now, as far as your insurance company is concerned, it's still there, but you won't have it on your record if you finish traffic school. That's what they tell you. And traffic school, we're going to tell you how horrible traffic school is. I mean, truly, you'd rather have a root canal than go to traffic school. Got off and let them do what you have to do. Those are the rules. So, do you fight it? What is the class? For traffic school, I don't even know how it works. I have typed it for years and years. Joanne, or Joe, hello.
Hi, Bill. I live in a kind of a smaller work town. And there's really encouraging hiking, especially well-hot hiking and reading stuff pretty much before I get to the market. And self-inspired.
Is there any new housing anywhere in California like this or something?
Well, actually, it's in this is
slips and pastes. So the movie was out and things that I'm talking about. And you can't sell the house next door. Very interesting 2 seasons out for the Buccaneers. Now to about 2,000 yards with the preseason. So the CG I've seen this motion being part of the plays. You got motion and then you got the tight end. So they'll take motions across. Now the tight end is coming across. They're trying to pump some more pads, more bullets, more players that instead of attack where they want the football to attack the defense. And then now it's a nice leadership plus. And then physical at the end, waiting for those extra few yards. 10 players crossing come out. Show those loud state. Here's the pitch. Really all you see is last year's running back last state tribute hitters and officials jumping social draft this was really well in areas where they excelled this year in the long red zone, the red zone hitting inside the 10-yard line. They had a knack for getting far and the rest of
Forecasters also warned of strong winds and surf up to 6 feet along LA County beaches. The news is brought to you by Cities. Residents of Lake Balboa have voiced concerns about an affordable housing project in the neighborhood.
during the LA City Council meeting at Van Nuys, the lead
decision here. He's looking at his whole shoe.
housing project is coming as there are some developments out there taking results.
We're working under an emergency. And there are some things that I think council where I have to forward during the emergency and some that I do not.
Here's the decisions working with residents on this
On NTV's Republican Senator Tony Strickland says Governor Newsom's plan to deploy CHP teams to crack down on crime is just a publicity stunt. Strickland tells KFI Newsom really isn't serious about public safety in California.
He's trying to create a formula to run the I was just going to say, and it's going to keep me. Gentlemen who came on today, we need a governor. He said, nobody likes me.
He says he thinks Newsom should fund Prop 36, crime initiative, to give law enforcement agencies the tools they need to fight crime. The initiative has been approved in all 58 counties. The body of a person has been found inside a house in Crossfire in Pasadena. Firefighters were called to a fire in the 1500 block of Blackshire Place, northwest of the Rose Bowl. Around 6:30 this morning, when crews got there, they found the house was fully involved. And while doing so, they halted search and extinguishment, and they found the body. Governor Newsom has accused federal immigration agents of being President Trump's personal army, more loyal to the president than to the country.
That's strong response from the White House. Tom Homan said that ICE raids are making California safer, citing the arrests of those with criminal histories. And he's defending the move to allow ICE agents to cover their faces. Says opponents don't have data to show it's dangerous or ineffective. I'm Brian Shook.
Congressman Kevin Kiley has called on the U.S. Attorney General to look into $100 million raised at the fire raid concerts. He says victims of the Palisades and Eaton fires in January have not benefited from the money.
But this money didn't go to the victims at all. Instead, it went to nonprofits, some of which have nothing to do with fire, where they promote things like voting and civic engagement and multi-generational power building.
The fire aid concert was organized to raise funds for fire victims. Organizers say the plan was to distribute the funds through other nonprofits who can work more closely with those victims. Some beaches on the East Coast are underwater quality advisories this weekend due to elevated levels of bacteria associated with fecal waste. Environment America Clean Water Director John Russell says there is a risk of illness.
I said it was scary. I think it was scary, John. Ohio was scared.
Let's go to next news. It's LA at 5.
And speaking of the one thing, the problem with the gas station lot, not the short bound it's involving overturns and Metron is blocking flag. And that westbound connector road is northbound and that's shut down. Big problem. One day northbound is rolling over out that way from Florence Avenue to Santa Monica Freeway. A reminder, there's no town traffic activity today because of the weekend. We'll hold that court both Monday and Tuesday. On to the inlet, Empire 50 northbound is live and fatality accident investigation continues. Now, no lanes are blocked on the right shoulder. A road break situation led to a multi-vehicle crash that was first reported this morning right around 3:45. No delays on the northbound.
Oh my God! This shit is bullshit. What the fuck? That shit's weak.
Downsizing, whatever it is. Usually you list the house. Real estate broker, commission, repair, not BigRedFighters.com. They'll buy your house for a very price, no commission, or it goes cash in 10 days or less. DirectFighters.com. 844-2427. 844-2427. DirectFighters.com. Listen to the Stephen J. Krubin podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. This week, we is your turn from Richard Harris.
Unlike other property condos, this is going to be the low 90s in metro LA and the upper 80s and inches. Low 100s in the valleys, 100s in the inland higher, and low 100s in the high desert. Right now it is 73 in Newport Beach, 86 in Lake Forest, 86 in South Pasadena, and 90 in Santa Clarita. Live from the KFI 24-hour station, I'm Heather Butcher.
Number one on your house radio preset and the newly improved Radio app. Free. Legal advice where I tell you you have absolutely no Frankly enough, we have another Trump story. There's a lot of Trump/legal. So the president signed an executive order targeting burning the American flag as a crime. And that's the problem because the burning of the flag has been ruled by the Supreme Court as protected under the First Amendment of political speech. Now, this is interesting. This order doesn't outright criminalize burning of the American flag, but directs Attorney General Bondi to prioritize enforcement of cases of flag desecration, where existing laws were violated. You can desecrate the flag all you want.
Yo, I can literally show y'all that shit. Like, y'all died. I can literally show y'all. I got it.
But it is protected. This is America, where you can say whatever you want, as long as you can defame people. You're not going to stop you from doing that. And the price, you sue. But you can't name your flag. So how did they get someone to bring a flag? Well, how about local ordinances burning any public property? You can't burn a box. You can't set a bunch of clothing on fire. The ordinance to say no. This would be the same category. A flag would be put into that category. So the executive order, oh, by the way, he says if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no amnesties, no nothing. Because he's not the one that decides. He said while he was signing the order. And so the executive order has said the administration will act to restore respect and sanctity to the American flag. I don't know what that means legally. And across the incite violence or otherwise violate our laws while desecrating the symbol of our country. Well, those who incite violence, that is a crime. Those who violate laws, that is a crime. Those who desecrate the symbol of our country, that is not a crime. So the Justice Department or any other executive department or agency flag is set ablaze, violates state or local laws, and has burning restrictions, and therefore federal body directed to refer the matter to state and local authorities. I don't know what that is. If they see yours, they refer to local authorities. Local authorities are also under the decision of the Supreme Court that says this is a constitutional right. It just gets so we call them, keep on talking about it, and it always amazes me where we're going. All right, let's take some phone calls. Hey, Stephen, welcome to Handle on the Law. The way it works is there is a certain amount of risk. When you buy a burger, it's sort of assumed that particularly you'll have a bit of bonus. That's something that is sort of generally accepted. So they have that on their side. However, here's what you have is, hey, there was a piece of bone in there, so you call them. Have you called anybody yet on their side? No, I haven't. Okay. All right, get all the extraction bill, the implant bill, all of that. And then find out, call Kroger and say, I want to claim this button, please. If they have a claims department, and you send it in, and you simply explain what's going on. Now, do you have the piece of bone there? Yeah. That's good. So you take a picture of it, you don't send it in, it disappears. Here's what I found my hamburger, it's your fault. Now this is my damages. Looks like you don't just want to get other than just the cost of it. So hey, I just want my cost on it. So you don't go suffering all that crap. But I just want to talk about points. Someone else gets a low figure that someone needs to do it in-house. Anyways, that's what I would start with. All right? Okay. So I just send him a letter or call him? Yeah, just send him a letter. Send him a certified letter. And you send him an email. And you call him up. And you say, who do I send this to? You have a claims department. Here's what happened. And you hit all three. Hey, Bill, welcome to Handle on the Law.
Yeah, my question was, I never think about it. With the large tree that is leaning towards our property, that it could cause the leaves of yards and it caused parking the driveway. Also, there was a potential if the dust lining the sidewalk in front of the house. Family is a letter requesting that to the branches that are over our property and express concern about wondering what else and ultimately the trees could remove.
Yeah, first of all, when you talk about potential, it could fall on your house. It could
Going deep.
You could be walking under the tree when it falls and it crushes your skull. You could have kids that are playing under the tree and they get crushed to death. You could be having a picnic under the tree and you will all die. That doesn't work very well. Could be. Now, anything that, in fact, hangs over your property, of course, they're responsible for. You trim it, and if they don't want to pay for it, you sue the small claims court. Now, the other side of it is you let them know that anything that happens to your home or any injury as a result of that tree going over, you're in a lot of trouble. You're telling them that. And so, I mean, do you want to go to court? Do you want to get a court order where the judge orders them to deal with a tree based on speculation? Because are you an expert? If it falls, that's the problem. The judge is going to say, how do you know it's going to fall? If it falls, it might fall. Now, if it does fall, of course, there's a lot of issue. And maybe it's so precarious a situation where it's clear cut there is a danger there, a clear and present danger, but you've got to go to court to get that order. So why don't you tell them, hey guys, you're in trouble. If this thing falls, you're screwed. And by the way, when you turn it into your insurance company, you've been warned. You've already been told that there's a problem and you did nothing about it. What do you think your insurance company's going to say to you? That's all you can do. Do you talk to the people next door?
The attempt annually was pretty much copying what.
No copying this. You know what? Get him a lawyer letter. Get a lawyer to write a letter, and that should wake them up. It really should. And lawyer letters do wake up. Do wake people up. So try that. I mean, you're going to spend a couple $100 or a few $100, but man, the problem is if you are right, you would wish you had spent a couple $100 having a lawyer write that letter. This is Handle on the Law.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in a KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. A man who allegedly carjacked a car with 3 children under 10 years old inside has been arrested in Malibu after a police chase that started in East LA. The Iranian-backed Houthis say an Israeli airstrike has killed the prime minister of the rebel-controlled government in Yemen's capital. We're going to check the 15 when we come back.
K5 wants to give a huge shout out to Cards for Kids, celebrating 30 incredible years of giving back to the community. You got a car to donate? Their decades of experience makes donating your vehicle quick and easy. Cards for Kids is an IRS-recognized charity, so you'll get the maximum tax deduction and a 3-night hotel voucher as a thank you. With over $1 million happy dollars, let Cards for Kids take that car off your hands. Call now to donate. Here's that jingle, 1-877-CARDS for Kids, or donate online, cardsforkids.org. That's Cards with a K.
Let's go to an accident that's been cleared in DeVore on the 15th.
North-hand side of the 15, just beyond Sierra Avenue, a 2-vehicle crash has indeed cleared from lanes, but you're slow heading toward the Cajon Pass, starting at Summit Avenue, and that's going to continue up the Glen North Parkway. Some good news out of Santa Ana, 5 southbound before 17th Street, a 3-vehicle crash cleared off the roadway, and no more delays coming away from the Orange Brush Interchange on the South 5. Also in Orange County, 91 westbound past Imperial Highway. Watch for a broken down vehicle blocking the left lane of the fast track lane. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Mike Morris.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
Homeowners, would you like to save on your monthly payments? Mortgage rates have been dropping. Visit rocketmortgage.com today to see what you could save. All 800-863-4332 for risk information and conditions. Rocket Mortgage LLC. License in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access at 100-3030.
I work hard for my 10 all year, and I deserve this 3-day weekend to, well, do exactly what I do everything in Oasis people. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
Chill on the beach, slide down the water slide, and float down the lazy river. Get an Oasis full day pass now.
Number 4.
Less work, more food. We've got Labor Day specials at Good Times Cafe, Mosa, Fiesta Taco, and Big Coffee all weekend.
3.
Swipe and win. You can win up to $100 in cash or free play when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. Wednesdays and Thursdays.
And the number 2.
Cedric the Entertainer, live September 19th. Get tickets now.
And the number 1 reason.
Just because it's Labor Day doesn't mean your summer vacay is over. Our rates in September September are as low as $109.
Morocco Casino Resort and Spa, celebrating 20 years of good times.
At UCI Health, we share a single calling to improve the lives of people in our community and beyond. As Orange County's only academic health system and one of the largest in California, we are fiercely dedicated to the discovery of new medical frontiers, to the teaching of future healers, and to the delivery of the best evidence-based care for you and your family. From primary and specialty care to groundbreaking clinical trials, UCI Health is committed to providing compassionate expert care for everyone in the region. Learn more at ucihealth.org, powered by UC Irvine.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Howdy, Neil Major, the Tech Report here. All things food, beverage, and beyond. Let's face it, man, the one thing we don't argue much about is good food, right? Just getting good food, spending time with family and friends, and that's what we like to talk about here on the Tech Report.
With Neil Samedra this afternoon at 2 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
KFI AM 640. Welcome back to Handle on the Law, marginal legal advice.
Hi, Ethel. Welcome to Handle on the Law.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
You know, I have a problem. I had some dental work done. And what happened in the beginning, they said that they didn't use dental insurance. So I paid them the cash, and it was over $2,000. So I called my dentist insurance, and I told them what happened. She says, well, let me check and see if they're in the network. So she said, that company is in the network. You go and get your money back. We will pay them. Okay, they contacted the insurance company, and they were overcharging me. So they said that they had to return the money they will pay for it. So they ended up paying for it. And I called and called, the dental office called and called to reimburse me for the money. And they have not sent me.
Okay, first of all, I would stop the phone calls and put it all on email, put it in writing. So when you sue them, you can claim easily that you've made the claim, because they're going to deny it. You're going to take them to small claims court. You're going to ask for every dime back, the overcharging, although that is really questionable, because when insurance companies charge or pay, what insurance companies pay is very different than what you pay when you walk in and pay cash.
Billy of Osage Win, I'll sub up to you, brother. I don't like that bet, because I'll sub up to you anyway. But look at that. Betting for subs.
Throwing up games.
Niggas bet on anything, don't
What
they?
up, baby?
Come here. I bet you one thing, though. Oh my God! Thank you so much for changing your name, Doc. I'm not gonna lie. Wait a minute, Princess was looking at you. Looking at you, man. I didn't want to say that again. Yeah, appreciate that, Doc, man. Everybody loves Doc. There you go, chat. Make sure y'all follow Wolfgang Queen, man. Hey, y'all funny as hell, man. We should have had a Wolfgang watch party, bro.
But I had a root canal by another doctor.
Get his ass. Hey, that's intentional grounding. That's intentional grounding, chat. I'm trolling. I'm trolling, chat. I'm trolling. I'm trolling, chat. I'm trolling.
Okay, that's not stupid. How do you have a root canal done and then you get dentures?
Bro, why niggas keep texting me talking about Arch Manning is a bomb, chat?
Oh, for the time. Okay, small
claims, okay, that's it. That fun?
Why niggas texting me talking about Arch Manning is a bum? Come here. That was a terrible fucking play. Here we go, Archie. There's 2 minutes right here, baby. 2 minutes. Here we go, chat. Make sure y'all hit that follow button if you haven't already, gang. Appreciate y'all. Yes, sir. 2 minute drill. Here we go. It's gonna be tied up going in the half, chat. Boy, shit really not doing shit if you're being honest, bro. They ain't doing shit, gang. Who they like out of this LSU Clemson game, bro? Who they like out of this game here?
Okay. So,
bro, I swear if, bro, hold on, turn it down, chat. Bro, chat. Nigga, if fucking LSU lose and Miami win after I hit the transfer portal, appreciate that follow, Green Man. If LSU loses and Miami wins, oh my God, nigga, I'm gonna be stoned. And I'm not talking about stoned as in high. I'm talking about stoned as in rock stoned if you literally can't. Like, nigga, it's gonna be so many Miami Hurricane fans on my head, bro. When I announced chat that I was entering the transfer portal, oh my goodness, they were on my head, bro. They were like, nigga, you weren't a real fan. I'm like, gang, I'm tired of losing. I can't keep doing it. We got a commercial break, chat. Let me see, man. They like LSU to cover. Bro, like Miami to win today, bro.
All right, cool. Cool.
Did I have not entered the transfer portal, chat?
What are you doing, dude?
Should I not have hit the transfer portal, chat? Because they saying Miami might get it done. They play the ball, don't they? No commercial break, chat. We're good. Straight up, go Tigers, man. I gotta do this. This is the opposite. If I do this, it's not before the L. Appreciate y'all for pulling up, chat. Make sure y'all hit that follow button, man. Happy Saturday, chat. Happy good weekend, too, to the employed, of course. Chad, if you're unemployed, do you celebrate this weekend? If you're unemployed, do you celebrate holiday weekends? That's a legit question, by the way. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting at all, child. Reloaded. No cap. DTD, how's life, brother? Shout out to my dog, DTD, DeAndre 905. That's literally my sandbox brother, man. I promised my dog, I said, I'm going to never change up the gang. Straight up. Never change up on my brothers, man. Never change up on my team. Y'all know what's up. I ain't like the rest, gang. Jeremiah Smith's frustrating day. Don't say shit like that, gang. I'm not trying to have this nigga go for 300. Damn. Archie, are you ready, gang? Motherfucker Archie Manning, girl. Great one. Here we go, chat. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the 2-minute drill? I hope y'all niggas ready. Archie finna cook. Not bad for the audio, chat. I mean, for the quality. Who was the last preseason Heisman favorite to win the award? I don't know. I'm going Cam Newton, chat. I'm going Cam Newton. Oh, Matt Leinart. Cam Newton was favored to win the Heisman. He was stealing fucking laptops from Florida. I don't know nobody think those defense gonna win no damn Heisman. They're cheap. Here we go, chat. I'm not liking these routes either. It's early though. mesh, like, bro, mesh is 5 yards mandatory, my nigga. Like, if you run mesh, you're getting 5 yards mandatory, chat. Why is he not running mesh? We keep running this zigzag, cows and cow dog ass routes. Like, nigga, just do some shit to get you a quick 5, gang. What the fuck are they doing? Bro, I'm going for that shit. I don't give a fuck. It's a minute left, bro. You gotta go for it, bro. You gotta go for it, gang. It's like, bro, you damn right to keep an office out there. We need at least 3 going in the half, Chad. Come on, come on, come on. You wearing these ugly ass glasses, man.
Houthi rebels say an Israeli airstrike has killed the prime minister of the rebel-controlled government in its capital.
They finna piss me off, Chad. It's like, dog, they finna make me crash out, Chad. These shit, bro. They finna make me crash out, Chad. That's why I wanted to stream this shit, bro. Bro, if I crash out, Chad, can y'all click this shit, bro? I swear, bro, if I lose this bet, bro. Chad, if I lose this bet, nigga, it's gonna be a lot of furniture moving around this bitch. Why y'all tell me my fucking shirt was so goddamn lazy? Why y'all tell me my sleeve? Why y'all tell me my shit was so lazy, Chad? I know you been wearing jackets so shit. Oh, Rich. Oh, Rich. Shout out to the bros, man. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hold on. Damn, they came back quick as hell. Bro, don't tell me they're funny. No, bro, do not punt this ball, bro. I swear, if they punt this ball, Chad, I'm going to crash out. I might destroy my entire setup, bro. I think they did that just to see what they was in, because they got 3 timeouts, Chad. I'm at a 6.5 stick. I'm not hearing that shit. You was right yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, gang. You was right yesterday, gang. All right. I thought, bro, the Baylor shit didn't make sense, Chad. They had Baylor at +1.5 against Auburn. I'm like, bro, why do they got the shit plus 1.5 against Auburn, my nigga? I didn't know about Auburn quarterback, but he's literally a white Cam Newton. He's a white Cam Newton, Chad. Like, no cap. He's a white Cam Newton. That nigga was doing everything for the niggas, bro. Why every time I go in this bitch, you go back to 480? They put it? Why did they put it?
Right now, it is 75 and Dana Point 89. It's live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Chat, bro. You're on the 50-yard line, my nigga. It's under a minute left to go. You don't get the ball back after half. Why the fuck are we hunting? It was 43. These niggas that scared. Bro, they didn't really just punch the ball, my nigga. Around the 50-yard line, under 1 minute to go. 4th and 3. And we punt it. Now, if we get the ball back at half, I don't mind us punting. Bro, we don't get the ball back at the half. That just pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie, that just pissed me off so much.
He ran a stop sign in the left rear passenger door. Did about $2,600 worth of damage. Filed a claim with her insurance company. Adjuster came out. Adjuster sent me a text in writing saying you're clear to take it to the repair shop. I took the car to the repair shop. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you go to their repair shop or your repair shop? No, I went to my own repair shop. Okay. But I have a text.
Meet me back.
Says you are clear to take it to the shop. So I took it to the shop. It was there about 2 weeks.
Here.
The shop called me and said the car's done. The day the shop called me to say the car's done, the claim
game's back. I watched no halftime shit. I'm finna drink some water. We're about to recover. And when I come back to this fucking desktop, Texas, you better get your shit together, man.
Word.
This game is ass, my nigga.
Agreed.
How many? Hold on, bro. Let's see what Archman is doing.
Okay, they're ghosting you. How many have you sent?
Is she here?
Ooh, all right. So you sold a small coin. That's it. You sold $2,600.
This motherfucker has 26 fucking yards. Bro, you got 26 yards, gang?
Go ahead. Won't they just kick it in a superior court and then I wind up having a lawyer anyway? No. You go again with a lawyer. It's real easy. Here's the text, Your Honor. They're saying no.
Right, shitting is some last shit. They ain't trust him at all. Alright, bro.
The adjuster said yes. You're saying no? How does that
I got somebody that play on Texas. So who they got that for free?
By the way, I want to point something out.
I got people on Texas and on state. To be honest.
I have gotten
Alright, man, bro, you have to tighten the fuck up, gang. You're from New Orleans, you went to Texas. Why didn't you go to LSU? Why did Archman go to LSU, Jack?
So I've been rear-ended. I don't do the soft tissue stuff because there was no injury. Basically, it's all property damage. And the insurance company has to say you can take it to anybody you want to. So it's they use the man that you take it to there.
We go ahead and one fucking catch for seconds worth of yards, bro.
Because their body shop is going to charge.
The running back has more yards than the fucking receiver.
Then your body shop is going to charge them.
I get it. It's in a whole other half, though. I get it.
And they have to give them great
Oh my God.
Here is a
Archman,
by you. And
what the fuck are we doing?
But you brought a lesson.
Alright, what we gonna do, Jeff? I'm about to put good old Roll Tide highlights on here. And when I come back, the game will be on. Alright, chat. Y'all are free to watch the highlights if y'all want to. Or y'all can do what y'all gotta do and come back. And we will be back when the game starts. Alright, chat? Alright, chat. Appreciate y'all.
Texas, they're ready. You know what y'all think is? Listen, they treat me like so, I just never talked to you because you folks were there and definitely there. So, you know what I mean? I want to see a big play or two from Jeremiah Smith. I know this sounds crazy. It's not down in the best college receiver ever. Really, he's getting the fans in our hands. I know he's a little frustrated, but he got to get used to being done for a triple team. He's going
The training of the artists affiliated, however, loosely with this man, similar to Bureau, leading our Ukrainian government the directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the village. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Bureau himself, in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has this is an official language. So there's all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together. And they're like, they have such a pro-Jewish approach. At the same time, their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. Yehuda succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops, but then they made up of
What up, Timothy? Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Excellent. I'm eating pasta. I'm watching college football kicked off today, so I'm busy watching that. What's on your agenda for today? Oh, that's very cool, dog. Well, that's tight. Absolutely, Cap. Nepal is amazing. I've been a fan of it for a long time. Absolutely. Dude, Nepal is amazing. We're dog, and people take advantage of Nepal, and I don't like it, especially Western cultures. You go there, they pay a whole bunch of money to be able to climb Mount Everest. They poop all over it. They throw their litter everywhere, and they leave. Yeah. Oh, more than that. To do so safely. Right. That's exactly right. Shout out to the Sherpa people. Yeah, dog. It's a wild place to live. I mean, no, I haven't traveled anywhere. I've just been streaming. I mean, I've been as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as as San Diego. I've been to the ocean, mountains, the desert. I've been to Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland. Oh, dog, I'm gonna fucking sleep in your bed, no doubt, baby. Absolutely, you're welcome anytime. Peace. Shout out to Catmandu. Catman. Absolutely, baby. Take care, my friend. Walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Restream, and this man, Schwarzschild, walks up to him and says to him, he says, Mr. Computer, are you Mr. Computer? And he says, oui. And Schwarzschild takes out a gun. I love this dude. Shout out to Cleverly.
arrested and put on trial.
Cleverly's hilarious.
But in a brilliant legal issue, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that affected the Jews of the time. But Schwarzbard was simply viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making trial about Schwarzbard, who was actually, an assassin in the open, killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Kedura and of his role in the pogroms, and the hinge on whether or not Kedura was guilty of creating this pogrom. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll still very briefly here, I do not feel like calling the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. Not make sense. There are some historians and some documentation that would say that, but that documentation is actually not been found. I would say that his ability rests in one of omission, that he failed to take the action necessary of the titular head of his government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the Christians to expand and to wreak such havoc in the Jewish population. But anyway, just to finish the story with Schwarzbard, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Medura, and so he was fined in one flat, incredibly insulting, slap on the wrist. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge win to be finally being able to stand up to vengeance against someone who is responsible for the victims. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the result. But if we look to the period of nutrition, 1919, recall that 30% of crops were in fact perpetrated by Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in Rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army far more effective control of the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the west, and Ukraine is now absorbed to European Soviet Union. And Ukraine at this point constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who live in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and specifically Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding Russian as a country in the Soviet Union. So what can Soviet Union do about Jews? So you should recall that at this time there is a lot of flux going on in the United countries as well as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts until 1920. It overlaps the Civil War, and it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian cities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide new economic policy. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War, 2 years of Civil War. So there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who was described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. In the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum of power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin, if they were fired, are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see, but for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time, he's still too weak to really articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. It established something called Restream, which is a Russian acronym for Jewish. It is actually, it is a Russian acronym, not Jewish. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader population, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideas and recognizing their special sort of direction. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. They would all be seen by 1930 as consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Irish, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsexia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsexia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who abandoned his Jewish identity, or abandoned his religious identity in order to lead this effort and have some persistent kind of plan. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsexia was initially is determined the attack on Jewish religion. Remember that the Communist Party is adopted a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, baptized by his parents, whose big element is perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews in modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist, socialist, and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses. It is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the appearance of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinal Marxism teaches complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known and recognized because those who believe the godless, and in Jewish terms, they're called the Apikosim, heretics. But they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of the traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic problem. They would have, however, significant success.
I ain't gonna lie. Oh my goodness. That's one thing about the TV. They get burned. Oh, they home.
Anti-Christian, which
It's still gonna be this game.
Jesus is
It's still gonna be all that game. No cap.
and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So, with regards to the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red agendas that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Moses, from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin, crazy kinds of trans value messages. But the overall approach to the party in the 1920s was one called
this would be a whole different half.
This term,
everybody takes my phone, trolling me, child.
Quarter means a root to like a
God don't like
or something like that. And so
here we go. God don't like child.
Or
come on, Arch.
Developing the true origins, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very important to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that, would naturally be communist.
Come on, we gotta
so
go.
You see this policy of colonization being applied to many different peoples.
There we go. We gotta go.
Jews, but in the Jewish world, it is especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance.
Shout out to the chat, man. Nobody bigger in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that follow button so for no ads, chat. Appreciate y'all, man.
Yiddish was regarded as the true first language of Ashkenazi Jews.
Why does he keep throwing like that, bro?
And elsewhere.
It's like he's throwing it just like he's a fucking flag.
So therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was a lot of resources poured into developing Yiddish literature, Yiddish plays, Yiddish poetry, and all kinds of stuff like that. Remarkable flourishing Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because we saw a tremendous cultural renaissance.
Thank you, Archie. I'm sorry.
There's some funny things associated with this. Like, for example,
I'm sorry, Archie.
Yiddish was about 15 to 20%.
Archie's gonna lose some legs. Don't do that.
Lots and lots of borrowing from the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainted of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period working with policy of colonization tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that. So, for example, Hebrew is not like Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The kuzot, the punctuation, so it's hard to exactly describe what that is. You're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't know how to say it. So what they did was, the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish,
shout out to the chat. We're doing this, man. If you haven't already, hit that follow button, chat. Make sure to sub up for no ads. Appreciate the support, gang.
Transliterate them.
Now make sure y'all follow those social media handles.
So, for example, the word connect, truth.
Y'all even know what y'all looking at right now, man.
So what's up with this bitch, man? So they respelled it instead of
I don't lie about my shit on the truck, chat.
They respelled it I-N, Samech, which is pronounced
we'll take it.
And it's completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the transcription. Ukrainians are even worse in some ways because earlier this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. Another colonization, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they were encouraging Ukrainian because of colonization, they also want specifically to assimilate Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G, Ukrainian, illegal. Let's make a letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G, and Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English.
Come on, man, y'all know what's going on? Come on, still.
Pronounced in Russian like a letter G.
Come on, nigga.
But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book.
But they gotta go no huddle though, bro. They allow Jose to get too much energy back.
You see that it's called Tehilat Hashem.
Here we go.
And the sound
Here we go.
H for
I can
Hashem,
snap it. We can snap it.
the name of God, it doesn't have
We can snap
a
this on
Russian
time.
equivalent. So the Chabad movement added special accent on top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter
Everybody
G,
that was trolling me, nigga,
you have
keep
to
that
pronounce
energy,
it like
gang.
an H.
Support for the game. Keep that energy, nigga.
So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter.
Y'all see that motherfucking tempo?
They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with the bizarre experiment of something called Little John, which is declared a homeland for the Jews.
Still, bro, I don't think I can stay in the LSU game, dog.
Located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean.
Shout out to the chat. Nobody being in the chat.
The only real thing speaking for this territory is
keep this shit real low key, chat. I ain't trying to have my shit moving. I ain't trying to get right. I ain't gonna lie.
It would have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking. And although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast, with Yiddish as its official language.
Put it this way: if I get 70 followers, chat, and get about 2 more subs, I'll show you the LSU game.
Nevertheless, it was not successful in saving.
If I don't get it, I'm gonna do it. That's where we at, chat. But shout out to Queen Di. We'll get it.
All of this ends in 1930.
Still, don't forget, we got that bet with Billy Bill with the sub, man. Almost forgot, Chad.
He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukraine Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily exceed 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon, but it's not nearly as studied as the Holocaust, but it had a serious impact on the Ukrainian memory. The fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation
Sports betting lines, by the way, Twitch, not crack lines.
Was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow.
I won that Penn State first half, Chad.
But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union was in this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but the Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this literally, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands of the region. Now, it would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out.
This is a lot.
Thank you very much for your appearance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
But then again, they could be up 24 and a half. That scares me too.
Along the way, traveling to so many cities nationwide and internationally.
Bro, Penn State gonna kill them, bro.
And later in the show, Scott Harrington.
I thought Penn State gonna destroy these niggas, dog. I ain't gonna lie, Chad.
Quantum Information Center.
I'm gonna chill though.
Yeah, he's gonna tackle a big one.
Shout out to the chat, man. Happy Saturday, bro.
Penultimate lecture,
Nobody bigger than
the
the chat.
most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz.
Gotta put your hand up, dog. I don't like them using arithmetic 2 plays in a row. You gonna use them?
Thankfully, it is the
At least to a quarterback power. That's what I would have did.
Lecture after the break.
That's what I would have done, Chad.
Post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust.
I never would have did a quarterback power.
So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very big
LSU. I ain't gonna lie to you, I might have to say the LSU game, bro. It's my first game as an LSU fan, bro. I might have to.
Well, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendous, earth-shattering, unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi documentation to destroy all of the Jews in Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the word hola, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in the book of Leviticus. The hola is a sacrifice which is completely burnt.
You line up into like quarterback power, bro. You're gonna have multiple holes to hit.
And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic.
Bro, you're gonna have multiple holes to hit if you do a quarterback power. Why are we not doing a quarterback power? We do a quarterback power 10 yards away from the end zone, but we don't do it on the 1 yard line.
It has problematic aspects as well. For
That makes like
example,
0 sense.
if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily, and people with mental and physical disabilities were singled out, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexual, both classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, we look at the context. God receives a pleasing aroma from the Ola, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid,
why they didn't just run quarterback power, dog?
And if the victims of the Holocaust are the book offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing for the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage.
And bro, like it's the coaching. The coaching is ass, bro. I'm giving 100 times.
Generation they tend to use
This coaching is bad, bro.
Usually pronounced with the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation Korban, which
this coaching is
ties
terrible, my nigga. Like, bro,
to the great destructions of the temples.
Why do we keep doing that, bro?
And that gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event.
Shut up, King, man.
In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of generic destruction of general.
And it's like, bro, Osade's entire defense was in the ABS. Bro, if you fake sneak and back up into a quarterback power, no, that's a walking touchdown, my nigga. When you're running quarterback power, you at least got multiple gaps that you can hit in terms of ability. Quarterback sneak, niggas, it's a either we're gonna get in or we're not. You know what I'm saying?
Especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world to encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly, you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today, this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So, in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary, lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the reactionary events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this too. Understandably so, and many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic into this is this thing that the Germans called the Dolchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And it's because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries that, according to those who advanced this theory, really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases. They prematurely surrendered, and they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. You can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really gets the mood of the on the left is broad, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this woman with a strange kind of Dutch style hat. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and thick lips and the forelocks, the veils besides the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. But that's the idea of Dolchstoß. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to totally free and open to the global community. Here's another example, Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually, there's a piece that's cut off from the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here, Deutsche, German, nation of Germany, those who participate in the larger culture which, of course, Austria and Germany share, and that will be joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, You see that there's an ego there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew with the hooked nose, the thick the chaos. It's a trope for the era. A yarmulke, in case you're not sure, and smiling.
Kate was minus 60 gets married, man. I should have took them. Toledo got a little
Hitler
say
capitalized on this rising anti-Semitism, which he
have a fast
in
office this year,
his autobiography, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was in prison for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of 1923. And he proves to be kind of rock star popular. Germans never wins a majority of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act. And
I'm hearing the unders free money too, Chad, but I don't know how far the safety defense will come out.
In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is moved from, mere inflated rhetoric from, bombastic statement which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Cyclone Bay in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic, demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? As you can see, on the left, you have Deutsche Blutiger, or German blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important because of what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust. German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite a second-degree mixed race, and this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. This goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They were working with this quasi-scientific Jewish racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste, the first-degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents.
This
and
nigga
then
Ars
as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew.
What is he doing, Terrence?
The second from the right, and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents, those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last of the 19th into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish. And the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder indeed. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, it's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying
This is the worst offense I've probably ever seen in my life.
Or are unwelcome guests, things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that.
I'm so aggravated right now, bro.
Excluding Jews
what is
from civil
Osmani
service,
doing?
excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public
This nigga
schools,
Osmani
and of
is
course,
sweet.
excluding them as
Like,
children
dang, are
from
you
the public
good?
schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11.
It's the fact that these niggas don't got a point.
Which
they
was
don't have nothing,
a very clear signal.
Chat, they don't have nothing. They don't have a vehicle.
The situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small. Like you think
I don't
about
know
the
how
later
long Texas defense is going to hold up, bro.
Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was phenomenal, of course, an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million. I understand how to differentiate this both and the scale of this tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means, the night of crystal, or really the
Yo,
night
shout out
refers
to Devon Legacy. You're amazing. And you're funny.
As the rioters through the led by some of the hooligans elements in the Nazi party, literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets. So that's why it required that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe environment. One of the most terrifying examples is the
shout out to the chat, man. Nobody make it in the chat. Follow up, man. No subs if you sub. I said no subs. No ads if you sub, chat. Let's do it.
From Germany to Cuba, and from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba, and then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate to the United States or South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores, and it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats straggled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of them were killed in the Holocaust. It's a terrible, terrible period, and one on which we should really reflect.
Who are coaching these niggas? Kids almost to the sideline. Why are we not inside leverage? Inside leverage.
Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a
Texas
non-aggression.
like they are doing fucking dog shit, bro. This is the worst you could ever do on a season opener. Swenson is the number one offense in the nation. I mean, number one team in the nation.
Socialism.
I come out like this
On the other
game.
hand, they were like bitter enemies, but when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that
And we had
separated
a
them.
safety. Nigga had a hands to the face penalty
So,
again.
what
Hey,
happened in
that's not
September 1st,
football, my nigga.
1939 is in a coordinated
We done
attack.
watched 2 hours and 22 minutes of straight earned and warm
The
down.
Baltic states from the west, and the
I like
Soviet
7,
Union
man. Shout out 7 for that beat. I rock with 7. 7 tough.
They met at a border that at which point they had
Nemo.
previously
Nemo.
agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German
It's
positions
a better. They don't even
is
have a
this
point,
meant
like no field goal, no
that the
nothing.
Nazis
Like,
had
look like,
saved
let's take this
the
shit,
Eastern
bro.
Front in 1939. Once the area pacified, then Hitler could turn
If
his
you took
attention to
many
the
minutes
west.
you score on
He
prospects,
attacked
nigga, you're
France, Belgium, and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double cross Stalin, taking him by surprise and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed. Basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it was not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they've been doing to work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government, there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. We won't go to that in greater detail. But anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important to establish the regions where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would look towards their plan for the inclusion for the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they've scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period as well. They were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the yellow and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first. At this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, all those things. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the
This
Holocaust
thing is
as
30
well,
yards long, but
that
they don't need 1 yard.
sort of it's two major bodies of thinkers against each other. It's very important to understand them. Let me just
Who said it now? Here we go, Jack.
one school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made, decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Rabbi Rothschild is one of the early ones. Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris, are in that camp, in which they say that, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of a colossal order, and they certainly would not have looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? It points to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well, for October, if I remember correctly. If they're really to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942.
No way.
It's impossible that they won't
No way.
any documentation of this plan until that later date. So functionalists argue that while, again, recall this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of local law. Meaning, as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though we may slowly move towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectuals and functionalists that characterize historiography. There's no question that the dominant
What a catch.
that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of internal contradictions that seem to be going on. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos in first in the German regions and later after 1941 in the formerly Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divide between as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist, which is one in particular.
We're good, Dad. Here we go.
The thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler's not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So it was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor. Why would you destroy all of this human capital?
It's got to be like a 6-minute drive, bro.
So Woods, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival of which, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work, to be useful. And Jews were employed slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the production model did fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease.
You don't even have strong enough
Also,
legs.
Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis.
Did they not see three people there?
Given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations. People simply literally dying in the streets of hunger, birth, typhus, and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1938.
38 yards.
That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa.
I feel so bad for the
before
defense,
I
bro.
continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas, the coast of North Africa, with its populations, especially.
Yo, dog.
And they would
Can you hear
also
me?
control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinction between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different. And the experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the Ashkenazim and those part of the lived That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose similar policies. Had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to other Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere, but they, of course, simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant to the Holocaust as the beginning of the war. The date is June 22nd, 1941. It's a good example also, another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments of war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, theory, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews
That shit over. I ain't gonna lie, Old State got that shit over.
Primary for Nazis.
Shout out to the Buckeyes, man. Shout out to the Buckeyes, John.
When the Nazis
That shit
had
was
a
a wrap.
choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank,
That's another
and
bad
on
ball.
the other hand, diverting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army. Which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death cult.
You gotta show me a bet, man. If you don't show me no bet, Chad, I'm not trying to hear that, Chad.
On June 22nd,
We're going with niggas who got bets only, man.
Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, reaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939.
That was intercepted, right?
Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They were not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all out what today the boundaries of Ukraine, Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city walls, the boundaries of Moscow, placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, what that was the war. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen.
San Jose State, Sam Houston,
they were called like that.
Florida, Oklahoma, like Texas,
followed behind the regular army.
That game against Georgia,
and their task was to spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexual witnesses or anything else that was on their list. March them out to local ravines with no local
we got niggas
have them dig their own graves and then
that shit's gonna haunt me. I'm not gonna lie, that's
this is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes from Holocaust by gas. That would be the plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected, the Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews.
But that's not a big. They better review that whole crashing out,
Kyiv, where you have a massive
no cap.
Einsatzgruppen.
They don't review that tab. I'm crashing out, gang.
No
cap.
Dried out riverbed. And they would kill.
They don't review that big game. I'm crashing out. Hold on, chat, bro.
They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other strikes over the course of
zero ball player.
Occupation.
Zero can play.
It was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were surviving in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings.
He makes the right decision. That wasn't the right decision, nigga. The corner should have picked it.
Here's one of the many photographs we have of the
Mike, but let us know if you've been to All-State game.
And various Jews
the corner was supposed to make it in this one.
Process the Jews in this manner.
Yeah, we want to take it there, nigga.
One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the Functionalist School, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members.
I ain't gonna lie, Texas scored, you get a stop, they might go for 2. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. drawn
There we go.
all walks
Cut
of
it
life.
Okay.
And here's in their own words how they somehow justified this.
That's good as defense. Well, state defense is like that, John.
What ended up happening is sometime
state defense is like that, John.
The autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have some rapid successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union, the same way I conquered the Western Europe, right? England alone,
there you go.
Let's they were suffering under the bombardment of the Blitz, but gold Western Europe, euphoric manner. I said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really do it. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called Hitler's, what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, this
you're not taking too long, bro.
If I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe.
If they score next, they're going to try to go for two still.
A shift. But what is
certain is that
the anti-grouping were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is
why did they run that quarterback line?
It was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye.
That's all I want to know, Chad.
Put them in their graves. They were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Civilega, populations to process this. And they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as Hindus who come out and say, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on, generations who were under your hairs and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically yeah, not for our here, but I was going to recommend if you understand this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments from psychologists of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Vargo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process plays out in human life, and also how are we to the dangers of this.
I'd rather than ran it than did that game. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
So what happens is in January of 1942, there's a gathering at the conference in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. On those chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled, or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small. We're good, Chad. Here we go. All 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt the technique that they had really pioneered in their attempts to eliminate people with mental or physical disabilities.
I'm not liking trips, bro. It should be at doubles.
They would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people. Developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered with gas lasted
That's
like
a wrap,
6
bro.
months a day, essentially.
Texas didn't even score, bro.
And they established
And he dropped the ball.
6 death camps.
And he
These were
dropped the ball,
distinct
Jack.
from the hundreds of concentration camps
This is the
that
most
had
mid-wing
developed
call
as
that
early
I've
as
probably ever seen,
1933.
man.
The concentration camps were largely
And
they were scattered throughout
only way
Europe,
they're going to
and
make
they
the
were
playoffs, Jack,
basically for political prisoners, which could include
the
Jews
only way
as
they're going to make the
well, but that was
playoffs,
not their main
look at the
purpose.
schedule.
And they were abusive,
Bro, they don't play
and
nobody
people
game.
died from
That's why they're the number one
malnutrition
team in the
and from
nation.
beatings and things
Look
like
at
that.
these
But the
niggas
concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that ever did wrong functioning in society. The death camps, on the other
These
hand,
niggas don't play anyone.
were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was vernichtungsleger, which means literally to make into nothing, as opposed to concentrationslager, which is concentration. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines that was crucial. So rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those that might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either for something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult tasks of, removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria, where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated with, stereotypical.
And it's like, okay, cool. You want to go here, even though it's 2 niggas over here? I don't know why, but all right, cool, right?
Far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust bullets that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps. Roma and a whole series of people from.
I'm only streaming this game.
They had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the few Jews who were used as slave laborers incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs was bigger. But this is the
y'all doing a fantastic job on defense right now.
The Holocaust and
Arch Manning had 72 fucking yards, bro. Throw him up for adoption. I don't want to hear about this Manning name no more with this kid.
It should take some time.
Motherfucker can't even make 5-yard match.
The populations of the region.
No, like, can't even make a 5-yard match, Shaq. What are we talking about?
Being sent to the death camps. Let us recall
that even that makes my stomach hurt.
The beginning of the war, September 1939, and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here. These constitute the core of what historians calls the bloodlines. It included these countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of Poland that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That it was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and happy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization. They rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, you know, and religious functionaries with under threat, the suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had this kind of show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviet state.
Bro, it's like y'all know they're running the ball to stop the clock, and y'all can't even get a stop on that shit, bro.
So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular.
This shit is not a secret. They're trying to run clock. I am all out pushing right now. What are these codes? What's the to protect us? Nigga, I'm about to apply.
Very important to understand.
Nigga, that quarterback sneak on the 1 yard line was like one of the worst play calls I've ever seen. There's 3 niggas in there.
Communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against pogroms, and also in the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister's Zinoviev, who was displaced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the KVD, later became the KGB, and now kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism. By and large, this perceived association was incredibly exagerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this, kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places
so, Chad, if you get a stop, and I know I got it on follow-up,
and later they would move to the West, they would return. But for the local population,
you're going to get a timeout in 2 minutes.
For example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled is they went into local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their leaders. Here's a photograph of who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against any representative, perceived or real, of the Soviet Union. So we have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious situation in Vietnam and Poland, pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived. It really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the Jews because of their association with the Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period
Crush
was
all of
built
that game.
largely on the
Quarterback sneak game is over.
the
Let's just
Soviets, right? We should understand that while there certainly, like in every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population, who collaborated with the Nazis, were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the
shout out to the chat. Make sure to hit that follow button, man. Sub up for no ad, chat.
To the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards local populations. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs. And they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedom. To a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life. That people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered dig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles, Central Slavs in particular, were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so, ironically, they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could descend all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs at a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology. The so-called militia division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians, who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs. But you do definitely have
Ohio State,
anti-Semites who delighted in innocence. But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. And we could go into specific units, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness that the people had, that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, that fairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regard themselves as victims. So, unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into 1 hour. But with your permission, I'll continue doing a abbreviated version for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for more accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And these lectures are delivered to students. I want to point out one of the inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had immigrated from Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senesh, who was so moved by the suffering of the co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to the parachute into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her. The rather remarkable story of heroism for a very young woman from Budapest. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die, that even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow her to fade away. They had 2 functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Blending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Columbus Thomas Shapiro, who is someone I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of But when we look at the resistance by Jews, and we try to understand it, because again, we wonder why didn't they resist earlier? Why did they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Yael Hilberg has pointed to. It's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that they simply, it was suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities or participating in local defense. We do see Jews engaging military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless, we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were 2 basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile.
That's a
This is
touchdown.
what one of my students coined the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazi Christianity. But what did not work, really the key element of the Hilberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type of anti-Semitism, was such that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world. There was no room to flee. So therefore, they could not The threat that Nazism represented, younger generations is especially important because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after it, when you have in the spring of 1943, the heroic and ultimately doomed to
Appreciate y'all for pulling up, though, Chad. That's major love. Happy Saturday to everybody in here again. Happy Saturday to y'all, man.
With this, we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, an after for Ashkenazic Jews,
I don't know how close they gonna come out.
The 6 million Jews that lost their lives in this Holocaust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the final lecture of this series.
I might like Bama minus 13. Oh shit. We're back, Chad. Here we go. 2 o'clock and full of bit? Yeah, no, yeah. Run that ball. Get it first, and boy's good. But that's the thing, though, Stick. You try to play complacent, and you don't get the first down. Shit gonna be.
Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you through
like I said, Texas is going
millennial
to
history of
the
Jews.
spread was +1, -1.5. So if Old State gets to stop, this shit should definitely be interesting.
Here you can see Ukraine, a nation of some 42
Texas
million
not gonna throw it
people,
every
about
play.
the
They
size
just don't have no
of
time
France.
left.
It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because
I'll
it
save
has
my
a
2
very rich
timeouts, though.
soil,
I definitely
black
save my 2
soil
timeouts.
that has a phenomenal agricultural output. It's often called the breadbasket.
I'll save my 2 timeouts.
One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of the country, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-nation state with not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities living within this region.
I don't run the ball, I do
the region is largely fissured, a very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, toward Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive a formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most of the countries in this region, including Russia. It would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Kievan Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kiev. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way. It's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to the Russian pronunciation, because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kievan Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kievan Rus, which include not only Ukrainians but also Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kievan Rus. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, Vladimir, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is the period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in the one of the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the Povest or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history because the same kind of situation is enacted in Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths.
No way. If he caught this and makes an inside cut, he's gone.
Jews and two different types of Christians: Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the Prophets refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity, and that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today. Although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where did he get these Jews to debate with? In the Povest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact a Jewish kingdom, but Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. Not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents that emerged from this period is this document, which is a letter called the Kievan letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call in modern Jewish parlance a petek, a little document. Here we go, Jack. And the document talks about how he's a member in good standing of the community, he's fallen in hard times. Would you please help me out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic runes rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kievan Rus. And by the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is real about them. But definitely by the time we get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary on the called Moses of Kiev. There's several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at the very beginning.
I know it's going to be 30 minutes behind, but I'm playing music.
So what happens to Kievan Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today can see that it has modern
Texas,
boundaries
y'all gotta
on
do it,
the
gang.
Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends
Texas,
to
y'all gotta do
Belarus
it,
and
bro.
much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea.
Here we go, Chad.
And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. And the reason why Jews are especially moving
Come on, Archie, bro. I believe in you, bro.
Commonwealth, which
I got the noise,
is
gang.
dominated by Ukraine and southern regions, is because they're being driven out from the west by an increased anti-Semitism, charges of the infamous blood libel, post-desecration stories, the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming or the arenda system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population, and they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings.
Come on, you were built for this moment, gang.
Peasants,
you were built for this moment, Archie.
Come on. Abandoned their ancestral farms, and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military
what the fuck?
like encampments along the rapids of the Ebro River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating, by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, who organized them all, rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a economic tension associated with the arenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish and Ukrainian.
I got Texas at 7.
But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here. That Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the region of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at its greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially established a state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians. This was a very, very important and serious decision because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you see that he's not speaking to the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red smear that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Halicina, and above that, Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally looked to the west. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there's certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the east. Other parts always look towards Europe and the west. It's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Hamza. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or to prefer southeastern Poland, in the 18th century. This map here from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region. And it's spread throughout the entire area. Just to give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kiev, just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank, is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in the 20th century. So Hasidism grows apace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Land, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland in a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia. And at the very bottom, you see that darker green, the eastern part of the darker green area, known in English as Galicia or Halicina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically augmented by this new population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and in the West, the formerly Polish Ukrainians who are now part of the Austrian Empire. That would pertain right up until World War I, and as we shall see. The Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire. As you can see, just about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and their local population.
No.
In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts. But it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in the national homeland, and developing a national identity which was very hard to
very productive player today.
This comes to a head.
Stonehouse. This time a low line drive kick that's going to take a bounce. Staley fields it on the high of the 45. Some excellent field position for Tennessee as we approach the midway point of the fourth quarter, coming off a disastrous year for Mike Norvell's Nobles Florida State, looking to end the season with a huge win at home as they entertain number 8 Alabama. That's coming up as soon as we're done here in Atlanta. Now, if you're Tennessee here, do you look to clock a little bit on this possession, at least more so than they have done this far? I think the way their power running game has worked, I think that's definitely something that starts to come into play here. Just slow it down a bit, let the big guys up front lean on the Syracuse defensive line. Starts on us.
So during the Revolutionary era, especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhail Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, for years after World War I, we were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petlura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time, and in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919, and one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petlura, who had a Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you're curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated, again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting on this note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine, and especially in the Ukrainian region of Галичина, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in another video, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 to 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the western regions, and this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of my other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop non-aggression pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated their two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, of intelligentsia of various types, priests and teachers and postal clerks and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, and as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of Ukrainian administrative territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis, and what's most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The lowest one, as you can see the blue lines there, is Einsatzgruppe A, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the fields and ravines in the region and simply mass murder. This is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania, by another group of ancestors. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. The reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're dominated by the city of Lviv, or Lviv, as it will be pronounced by people in Wichita. These western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they've had more of an orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, when there were widespread protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very closely allied with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky, Natan Sharansky, who is now a very important leader in Israel, who was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map of the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Mr. Putin is currently invaded. And the Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of much wider hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah, of leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the some 40,000 odd people who identify as Jewish in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight and they will resist Russian aggression in the region. Let us hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is in the best interest of all the peoples in the area. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As we all watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine, it is important for us to recall that Jews have a very long and rich history in this region. And I've prepared a couple of videos already that point to the long Jewish history there. Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a few biographical snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it actually is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are of Ukrainian Jewish lineage. By the way, please don't write in paragraphs. Why didn't you include so-and-so? Why didn't you include this person? Because I'm just going to make you feel guilty. There are literally hundreds of people that could have included this video. I just picked them up for that. It's really meaningful in particular. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine as anything except unrelenting suffering. And, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time that the Jews lived in Ukraine, they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there was more strain, and sometimes, in fact, there was even peasant uprisings that resulted in Jewish deaths at the end of Ukrainian antagonists. But there's also hundreds of years of relatively peaceful coexistence, as I discussed in the previous video. I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified mindset with regards to the experience of Jews in Ukraine. I'm certainly not giving Ukrainian history its 50th year. I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews in 1648, 1768, However, when we look at the overarching amount of history that Jews have spent in Ukraine, it's easy to lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominated that history. And by the way, some people say, well, what about Nazis in Ukraine? And they'll come to tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported more right-wing causes. It's a silly argument. Look at America. We've got Nazis here in the United States. We've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little fragments of their population. They tend to represent kind of like the QAnon sectarian individuals who may band together and demand to have passers-by and things like that. We certainly don't condemn an entire society because of these tiny minorities, especially when that society has demonstrably taken steps to quell that kind of activity, which is not something that even America has done very well. At any rate, I want to focus here on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant Jews that have been instituted. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary political boundaries, although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality. They didn't have their own state that they could claim. This is our boundaries of our country. So Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries, and the ethno-linguistic population known today as Ukrainians often found themselves within, let's say, Poland or Russia in particular. Also, sometimes they were divided, meaning the western sections in particular found themselves under the Austrians or the Hungarians or the Poles, and the western group found themselves under the Russians, for example. If we go to the earliest point in Ukrainian history where we actually have named the Jews, the 12th century stands out because there are two figures who belong to the Talmudic school of the Tosafists. These are very, very important here to circulated commentaries on the Talmud. In particular, one is named Moshe Kiev. He maintained correspondence with Rabbi Tam, one of the most famous of this school of scholars, also corresponds with Galashur Ben Ali of Baghdad. And there's another Isaac of Chernihiv, sometimes referred as Isaac of Yitzchak of Chernigov, that would be the Russian pronunciation of the same place, also a 12th century figure who traveled to the west, to the Rhineland, and he became one of the students of Yehuda HaChassid during the period of the Hasidic nationalism. Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is a period of Kiev and Rus, where it was centered in Kiev, which is sort of in the center of this map here, but extended really quite far north as well. There are many, many more famous Jewish names when you get to the 18th century in particular. That's because Ukraine has been absorbing over the following centuries and hundreds and hundreds of Jews moving through Ukraine, who we discussed in previous videos. But briefly, anti-Semitic pressures from the West driving them out, and economic possibilities in the East drawing them in. And they live at this time under the auspices of the Polish Lithuanian Republic, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You see there that Kiev is just outside of it, and the green part, which would have been part of Russia proper. Russian Jews, by the way, barred from living in Russia from 1479 on. So all the Jews who are making their way to the east are piling up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and many of them are settled in the southern half, which is represented by this yellow section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement flourishes. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived from about 1700 to 1760, became from the western region of Ukraine, from a city called Medjugorje, and one of his principal students wrote there the Maggid of Mezrich, from the town Mezrich or Mezrichi. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Chernobyl, Vizhnitz, Hermesdijk, and Skir, they all come from Ukraine. Famous Hasidic leaders like Abimelech of Vizhnitz. I mean, Hasidism is overly known in the Ukrainian phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you the beautiful historical atlas of Hasidism published by Princeton Press. The spread of Hasidism from Mezrich, from western Ukraine, essentially. Perhaps the best known Hasidic groups today, to look at some famous Ukrainian freedom, is the Restream movement, for example, which has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Lubnan in Ukraine. Where exactly is. The Rebbe, the Nachman of Rostov, came originally from Medjugorje, and he was active, of course, in Bratslav. That's where he gets not want to dress well. But he decided he wanted to be buried in Iran, largely because of the many graves of Jews who were victims of the Heidelberg massacres of 1768. Another very important Hasidic leader from Ukraine is, of course, Rabbi Rothschild, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself did not originate here in Ukraine proper, the seventh Rebbe was born in Rome, then known as the Rabbi later known as the Orthodox. Now, what happens next in the overall development of the Jewish population is in the late 18th century, the country of Poland is swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over a massive section of Ukrainian Jews. A smaller number of those Jews living in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, in Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called the Pale of Settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under the Russian Tsars Catherine II onward. During this period of time, the 18th century and the 19th century, you have a tremendous explosion of Jewish culture in all kinds of areas. Great writers like Shalom Aleichem, who pioneered Yiddish, who was, of course, the author of the very successful later Broadway play and movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Isaac Barber, a great Russian stylist, who wrote Red Cavalry and many others amazing works. And there was many others, who was really the poet laureate of the Jewish people for much of the early 20th century. In music, people like Vladimir Horowitz, the great pianist and composer, incredible. We also knew Rosenthal, a cantor who's been absolutely world famous in science. There are Jews like Vladimir, who was the man who developed the vaccine for cholera and for pneumonic plague. The national hero in India is a sample of a stamp that has his face on it because of the tremendous things he did for public health in India. Political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also from Kiev, here is actually a that was posted in her honor at her birthplace in Kiev. She went on, of course, to the Prime Minister of Israel. So, we can go on and on. I just really stopped at the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who have done fantastic things. They were either born in Ukraine or descended from Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and we should bear that in mind. I hope that the people of Ukraine are spared the suffering that they're currently enduring as soon as possible. Thank you very much for watching this video.
Recaptured after 3 days on the run. Officials say Angel Rayburn cut off her ankle monitor and left the center on August 26th. She was serving time for charges including assault on a peace officer and receiving stolen property. Authorities say Rayburn was tracked down in Paris on Friday and taken back into custody. Another worker a Virginia Democratic senator has visited Chilmar.
I recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunately about humanity. So for this video and the next, which we're going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion. The overwhelming fold is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Vienna Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev plain, and the 10th century, and basically this is where. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use our really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is a biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region. From what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion and migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from. And that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and from there many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartan, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. That we're going to talk a lot more about that shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it. Now, why should we care about this? It's something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis. That the Jews who originate in Eastern Europe are primarily descendants from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stanford from the University. Great scholars with quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and has published quite a bit on Khazarian in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descendants of Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. And if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing this over the last 10 years, there have been growing amounts of data, and this is like changing even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence for a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin in European Ashkenazi Jews. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that is presented specifically on the virus. Now, without being a scientist to be able to get into the real answer most of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people, looking at the Y chromosomes, trying to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no features today. And in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars. You don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that these things are. Secondly, we pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. And one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originally from here. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think there's 98% of Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claim Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. Professor Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary that its grammar is essentially Slavic is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all 3 language groups. If you study German, if you study some Slavic languages, if you study Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew and Aramaic, those Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migration. These small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is kind of all surprising given that we're talking about living in the Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, they're different languages, and they're basically like pieces of aspect and other fine or dramatic effects. So bottom line is Yiddish is way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third is the cultural evidence. Where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things that kinds of Ukrainian, especially like Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jewish state model, and we don't have any Khazarian. So, the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. Overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did the Ashkenazi Jews come from? I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit. He's done some great studies on DNA, and Muslim just doing the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin. And there's some indication they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived they meet each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. In other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out through something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi Judah. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you the white vector study in a second, so it's a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens and as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion of women converting to Judaism than men convert to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinction between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical records of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, they could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derive their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer, Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennia, that meant that the population of Jews living in northern Europe that would later move to the east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although theory may be more important than most historians thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihal's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males that pass down from mother to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin. then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazi heartland. That was the migration 1 through 2. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there on the extension towards the west, along with the arrow label number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appear, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi food, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have read about the Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that we have. Nevertheless, we do have to be moving on to North Africa, it's not necessarily Levites that are using lines. So complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through the Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it now? So thank you very much for that. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the perception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story describing the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Ulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. Both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching its borders, and he thinks to himself, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of the faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Gulam decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Khazarian people ultimately follow him to Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Halevi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi essentially used the story of the version of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary book. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what so let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Kastai ibn Shabu. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Halevi's work as well. Kastai ibn Shabu, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Gulam. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Kastai ibn Shabu were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved until they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, this was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Onelia Pritzak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person is fallen out of times, the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazarian community Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kievan Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Kiev, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There's a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative of the Jews. And that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chasdai and Shamrut with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He really did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of the Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There's no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from the Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. Well, what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. So, if you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kiev letter, the spilling forward coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion. Why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us, besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chastai ibn Shammur, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long, I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine or then Kiev and Rus in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So, a lot of questions about why they were converted. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen in hard times. But it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Sinjar, in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. It could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery of the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav had was destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to like pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Like, what is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. We consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity. And I'm saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. As we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be homeland for Jews, that therefore, where the argument goes, it validates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story. Dr. Stanford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly to look at the Ionic period. Thank you very much for watching.
Wow. So what do you think? Okay, well, let's talk about some of the problems that these computers, these quantum computers can solve. Yes. Tell them about the journey.
In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. Of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop at 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live in their area. So if we start at the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does report a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in today Babylon, today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And of course, there's the biblical description of a tiny population of some 70 individuals into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there is an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement, the destruction of the first temple, to a little bit further south of the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and Euphrates River. So you have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly the southern part of the Nile River, the upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some. So if we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. For the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there was a massive migration of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north to the region around Galilee, or the Galilee of people. That's why I've put 2 circles there on this map in around Israel. You still have the nucleus of Jews who had immigrated to Iraq, and forcibly moved to Iraq on the region of the Syrian Babylonian kings. But then there is fairly significant growth of that population actually in some major talmudic centers. So that's happening in the Mesopotamia region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandria population is much, much smaller than that in Israel. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There was a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple. Really, it's the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia, Benghazi today, even Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out the Black Sea littorals at this point, but these are kind of like a major section of where Jews lived and what will become very important historically. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how if you go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of northern Africa. We know they're moving as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquered it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy, and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century are increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the channel going into France, to the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492. That drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and very significant, not huge, but important movement to Sfax in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows, and that's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to this. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce, as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the West driving them towards these, but also the economic draw bringing them to these countries. And if we switch back into the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to exploit the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There are also migration to Portugal to places like Amsterdam. And complete all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe, but 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, a very small number of Jews, about 17% are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire would be the region of Mesopotamia that was such a major population center, but clearly by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to the province. Europe empties out quite significantly when we get to the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and basically overlapped as much of Poland, Western Ukraine, Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to stay leave. So this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country in the United States of America. And to the north, 70,000 Jews moved into my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. Of course, a significant number as well to South America. And roughly equal amounts, this demonstrates it here from 18 to 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community, what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the world. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews, 160 million overall, but the U.S. and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well, and significant populations in other parts of the world as well. Now, I haven't been this week, we're looking at something fascinating, smaller migrations starting to India and to China, but I think we'll address those in future videos. That's about it. Very quick program. Migration patterns and usual students. I hope you enjoy this.
Long story short, just don't even go through these automated systems they have. They charge you instantly, and once you're charged, now it's like you got to fight to get off your bill.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you've come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number, he will never eat more calories than the calendar year December. And he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry, you know, a lot of you don't think my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. But when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole, the was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration now that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Odes, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th, especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There's lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland, and they made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming of the Jews, and that is basically a German dialect with Hebrew letters. They're not hanging with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, and they're making money. Here, have a look at these cards. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here we see a few kind of stencils of several of them. And here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, a 12th century Polish warrior. Of course, this is highlighted red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters. It speaks most likely to the widespread literacy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are once really working with money primarily in small commerce. It became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of the early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, the Polish Lithuanian colony properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Pol Din, meaning here, Pol, Din, we will rest, and here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, as meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks that are not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, and more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the portable flood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class resulted in a series of expulsions. In France, in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe. And Jews have the know-how and understanding of how to produce things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you live in concentrated areas. We can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht is the law. And this is basically a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, the right to control their guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll get to speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation, distribution of alcohol. That's why so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also, we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals say, you know what, I think I'd like to live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment. That people lived within communities who were part of a Jewish community. It was like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for taxes and punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to try various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it will break down very significantly with the Spanish group in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Spanish group in 1648, this was a pretty stable environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kidditch, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and attracting a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine, southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west of the border with Germany and to the north of Germany in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehillah, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up everything from wayfarer support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the Doge and the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648. The Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain, before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be a topic for future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I'd like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for this. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Class. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on the Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe, and it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when we get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in very different ways. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged, some kind of I'm not sure what the right word was. It was like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the Great National Awakening in the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were prominently Orthodox, that is, worship Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular, and beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they're concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not a designated country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnieper River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Crimea or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles have massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for this reason. And the Polish landlords were very keen on hiring Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but the town, own the bread mill, own the bridges, own the orchards, the forests, and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax would have been developed in a whole variety of ways. So it could be taxes on produce, it could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchenat at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely received beliefs, Jews were charged to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it was the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as we see in this remarkable 1928 image by Restream, the so-called Kretschmann, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family. It was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinancia, and so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews as being more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. But this man shown here, Bogdan Chmielnicki, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Chmielnicki and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the decree of Tachletat, the Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms. They're really kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Rebbe Sura, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as "the abyss of despair." This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stamfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence was subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Rukal of Haman to the important commentator on the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly tweeted about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. Anyway, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919, and the, one may argue, elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 notes from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhlezhnist in Kyiv today, a monument to both. And
yo, what up? Can you hear me? Hello.
It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. in the original version of this rather heroic statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft would have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to observe even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that would challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement and tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious form. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean Kabbalistic movement that was associated with newly educated Jews in Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignorances. It represents the actual reflection of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that, the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its theology have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall, which was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Ukraine is free of Jews because they had banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. But at any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible depression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as an Afghanistan, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, so essentially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. We'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to be someone who goes beyond what is naturally acquired, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and pails and things like that, but those are kind of like, Russian or clothing as things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on the Veikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about that in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others, fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that was actually a desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who was a Tehillim Zecher, someone who just recites songs, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who were not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with northern regions. One of the most important leaders at that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who is known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, particularly who were known as Baalei Shem, which was literally masters of the name. The name, of course, was the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, John here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Nadsky Library there of 18th century in Kassin or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shems who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book, the early biography of the Baal Shem, based on secular sources, Polish sources, found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Yeshiva. It gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have done this well and still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, as I love seeing numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet visual. Have an excellent day. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origin of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try that song. What are the main differences between Hasidim and Mishnah? And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture. Right? Get it? Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Mishnah are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology. Practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews who call themselves Orthodox and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given as Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Nagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They would say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This regards to the use of the mikvah, ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they are in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is there, Magid Ezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Yadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi. He was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Brzezinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid Ezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Nagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, like, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from Jesus' message. The most significant king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go through them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt, ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements, or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? You have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with the proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, or things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Alpi, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure. Both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Zion Dino's primary contribution to the historiography of this thing. The debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, it can really upset the status quo. The Lithuanian, the Misnagdim argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like an experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and the Menachem Mendel of the Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to sing an audience with them to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They demanded an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counteracted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even sign those words to their flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great, as sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Minsk, a Misnagdim rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidic secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested Alter Rebbe, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between Misnagdim and Hasidim, the Misnagdim will also be thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted constitution. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of the Goshen, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for. More than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdim tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Torah Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself, they were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah form. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, okay, I'm going to yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to Rebbe, I had to admit that sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like doing crossword puzzles every day because there were fine structural problems being solved and then going home for dinner. Right? So he said, okay, this is what we got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChayim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many times I simply couldn't name
These days, yeah, it's our first time.
Looked up
And, you
and
know,
I'd already
it's,
got
I'll let you know now, it's a lot.
stuff.
It's a
And
lot.
I was like,
And
way at some
summer vacations, those are gone.
north of Jerusalem.
Parents are in the neighborhood. Oh, we're going to Fiji or Hawaii or Tahiti for vacation. What are you guys doing?
And it really changed the
And
way
you might hear that and go, what? There's nothing that
jump off the page.
That's
This is really important. You gotta study this right now and know it. It's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself.
You're going to be in some shitty town in Texas.
You're having that
It's
problem.
going to be the best time. There's going to be snacks. You can ball out.
Finally,
You're going to be in some shitty
you know, one of
hotel.
the criticisms of the Hasidim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader for God. It is really very much contrary to Jewish theology. So the Snagdin certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary refused to regard very learned and open people as being missionaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight, power associated with the term Das Torah, the kind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like this kind of destruction of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration. Okay, while the Hasidim and the Snagdin are fighting bitterly,
I drink so much fucking diet Coke.
there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If there's some
Like, these appliances, would you rather watch a 1 hour special or pressure for 1 hour politics
people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group.
watch my family get murdered? Look at me.
Look at the
I'd
challenge
rather
of
watch my
both
family get murdered
based
than watch 30 seconds of pressure. He's a talentless wolf. Never said a funny thing in his life. He's got one story that he tells over and over, and it's not interesting. Get that out. I think that these.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History with Me. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Snagdin, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, and particularly with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Snagdin territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Snagdin movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Rabbi Rothschild, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. Among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. Very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it's not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. You see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of the Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the embodied cult of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who recall were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of the Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Muscovite. Certainly the most important of that, the king of the Muscovite, was Moses Mendelssohn, self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility in secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they know the alphabet, and then they tease out the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German. And he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, still a very observant Jew, still observing Shabbat, and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. They were considered traveling sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early Haskilim, by the way, Haskil is like the singular noun of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Haskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTT, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of Magid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Snagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, and what time you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday, which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive, or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could bury until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science, Torah, and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights on Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some Maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level. But he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 650 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Hirsch was way too modern, was way too gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed a little bit heavier just to make it a little bit more traditional. These were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population. The population was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience, human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism, which is discussed as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more a movement that emphasized, really abandoning the Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational program. Something which
we have a game changer event. Is it going to be over? Come on, Donnie. Hey, Donnie, get your shit together, dog. Make this shit work.
Mentioned a couple lectures ago, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was notorious customs that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools, called Catholic schools, where they trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would never return to their families. They would end up assimilating to the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas the First offered was to attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max William and all, who believed that perhaps this is the way the Haskalah could offer light to Russian Jewish population. But in reality, it ended up being socialist efforts, and even Williams all left in disgust here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Stadtmen have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Seifert, who wrote an interesting book called Solomon Israel, Music on Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw 30 shepherds, David Eliyahu, Lithuania, that of course is the Roman also, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligence. The Hasidic Olympia, the martial devotion, the span emperors of war, the Hasidic ideals, the closeness to God. And finally, the great siege of our people, Moses and Germany.
Here we go.
Of course, with self-observance earlier, and calls him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the land of religion. Now, of course, not everyone will agree with all three of these shepherds, the leader of Sergeant, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Haskidim, but they all somehow are appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to Jewish debate, but it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, Stadtmen, and Haskidim, continue to exhibit tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist to each other kind of a dynamic tension to tease out Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Share this video with other people who like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with Facebook lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and the universe of people who are interested in studying Jesus. Thank you very much for watching. I can't even party while a nigga pursuing this. Distractions are doing you in a true sense. Especially people that want to lecture me. It's screaming like they just want the best for me. It ain't check for me. Whatever splits it up, so there's more for them and there's less for me. They don't know they gotta be faster than me. Hello, and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire. This was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is to show, you really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, leading from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region, but afterward there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-war treaties, and you can see they actually got their own why its three neighbors disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. And then you have Austria and Hungary, obviously a massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by admiral horses. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising these peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or withdrawn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's dividing into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet Union. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days, like in February we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. The word is a German suffix, meaning city. So the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they really wanted it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march it happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day. They commemorate this day in the former Soviet Union regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which can get really close to them. They have machine guns and things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time consider it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was the sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine country's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarishch Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various nobility and the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. Typically, there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the white Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local, groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideologies who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it occurred like November 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy, others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him, the bloody Hadron, is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as whose reference here is Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case you missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, have jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's going to take place next. Thank you very much.
That's how people even describe their relationships. When it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's getting really complicated. This season on video.
Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about. Before we go on, I'll have a look at this page here, which shows remarkable artifacts of that unusual era. This is a 100 kalbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word kalbovanets in Ukrainian, right? That's the official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish is an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, 146, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this is because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them in the form of Soviet Union, and eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, and so if you're curious, you can get it in English or whatever you like. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is, a coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and then of course there's the Jewish and Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, as we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-wing, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable, but there were a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time, Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with the larger population, would tend to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of the society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, when it comes to this kind of thing. So they ended up allying themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society, that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant power to themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big dream for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews, and it was extremely important because the Jews were quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Maguchi, who's one of the great world experts in Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border. Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of the connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds of documents from this period here, and it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community, and you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter, and so there are certain, half a dozen other letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have, and so whenever they had the letter I, you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. It gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. It actually becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you technology this time of year. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways was made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the drums that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who were active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There were a number of foreign armies. The Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens. People like Nestor Martineau, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from large Polish centers. And it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands of reasonable estimates of 50 to 60 deaths. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Chmielnitsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. Really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal thing. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% for a lot of context. Simon Petliura was a former journalist. Early on in his career, and actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which claimed maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only Soviets, but also the whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petliura did not act forcefully, demonstratively, to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnation of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petliura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually organized several times. They recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youths, some of them literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they'd never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of commerce. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by integral Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic dominated by Moscow. Petliura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petliura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard in Paris says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura?" And Petliura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petliura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petliura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting to Petliura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was a huge victory for Jews around the world, who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand because Viola is, let's say, an architect of the pogrom, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them, and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended up losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this video.
So we had Watertown win the SEC championship. One of these and find out how the play must go on to the crowd first.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the form of Pale of settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. Because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektsyn. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Seksyn, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, completely removed from his religious upbringings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, or that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there is much less secularism, much more bored traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages of God, and the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there was still numerous forces, including particularly the Ukrainian Directory and Nakhno and the anarchists and the white Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of a monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of a capitalist society in its place. So the communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and shutting down those enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NIC, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, so about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in. And,
welcome. What up, Fingate support? How you doing, big man? Remind me about yourself. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. How's your day going? Word, dog. What VC do you see me in? Yeah, they wouldn't let me stream in there anymore. They basically did. They made it so I couldn't join any of the VCs. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't like that I had taken the #1 position in the video stream. Word, dog. Yeah, I know it. I want world peace. Word, dog. Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to connect with me, it's on here. If you want to see my other stream, I don't really have a mainstream. I mean, aside from this Discord, if you want to see all my streams, in the upper left corner, you'll see it says 24/7 live streams. Just click that, and you'll see all my streams. I don't know. $33. Yeah, I mean, I use as much bandwidth as they'll give me. Probably like, I use like maybe 10 terabytes a month. Maybe like 10. Like a few $100s a month. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm based out of Southern California. Word. What? 24/7 for 3.5 years. Correct. World peace, big dog. Oh, I want to do it the rest of my life. Yeah. Yeah, he was nice. Excellent. Good. Oh. Take care, big man. You're welcome anytime. Don't be a stranger. Excellent, my friend. Take care. You as well. God willing. Shout out to Fingers.
That's what keeps the not all the way down. If it's not hot enough, it's going to absorb and if it's hot, it's bubbly, extract water out of it. So you make batter consistency by flour, baking powder, soda, salt, sugar, and you add the egg, shortening, and this gives the bullets smooth pumpkin stuff. It doesn't have to be easy. And keep issue batter. You drop these fritters in by doing oil, fried serve them in little slotted as I said, check the oil temperature. Put something in there. That's a cool oil. So on batch after batch after batch, watching the temperature, making sure it's staying at 365. Then again, absorb the oil. It's not going to fry properly. It's also still looking from the pan frying. But when we're shooting something in this case of steaks, corn fritters, but put too much stuff in there, again, like the temperature of the oil, temperature down, and that's a hard to see. And then you can cool it down. All kinds of things we got, like different herbs and spices together afterwards. Pepper, pasty, cheese, all kinds of things. Put real good snap seed and make it syrup. I don't know, like mustard or ranch. But super tasty. Great idea. Another thing is for appetizers, something like that is why corn salsa. I like salsa flavor a little
Nothing personal. It's leaning away for more sunlight.
Beautiful to look at, but also like this doesn't take long. But it's
All right, Donnie. This is big. This is big.
What do you think, Dave Donnie? You would think right now? I'd be like, you're fucked. You are so fucked.
You were fucked in the other one. Now you're fucked this one. Game over.
It's game over.
Game over.
Babies. Oh, baby, it's game over.
Sun's out, guns out. Dog.
Transfer that to a large bowl. That means cilantro, that parsley, lime, salt, into that gently toss it to 5. That some bits. And it just salty or flavors or the acids or so yummy. Now I want snack night. This morning, let's get the latest news now from my dogs.
Chronic pain caused by inflammation. Here's the latest. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has donated tires back. Getting hands-on band and press-board is affected by mini tires for just $9.99 online. Your favorite pizza our best drive general is $100 million. But it's not for acquiring it. Of course not. Acquiring it is not benefiting money. One more access on the hour. Messaging to our outstanding.
Okay, you've been hearing Phil Campbell. He talked about ourselves now.
Is it over?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast preview. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
What special is that? Maybe chocolate.
Introducing Taco Bell's 3-hour steak burritos.
Oh, that's so sick.
This bitch is hot as fuck.
That's why iHeartRadio wants to communicate your experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation. Now allowing you to navigate turn ways. You can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen. In the car, through Waze, on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now at iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
So make sure you take a look at that card. The CDC states that these multi-state salmonella outbreak will be this country started a lockdown cage-free sunshine zones. And you got to also we got a good card match colors from days. Turn back to the store and you purchase them for yourselves a lot of big fun. I got to play or dispose of them at home. Can't wait till the second half to tell you. And then you should clean and sanitize the hand shelf with a case of contact with that card. You can't verify the label like some people like to be the cleaner. It's not a problem. The safest choice is no, these were those that bought a what the name was. Just say, so if you have any questions, call Fresh 388 That's 800-772-3447. And you can keep in mind that salmonella is not something they want to mess around with. Fever, high fever, stomach cramps, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, nonstop. This is what they assume with things like that. They're like, well, you're not going to listen to them. 25 minutes, nothing more than 6 hours. Easy exposure. So it's kind of hard to get out of this. So most people probably eat, but children, adults, we can use this pregnancy. You have a higher risk for severe illness. Because of that, certainly fall into those categories. All put yourself in a situation. So if you're a different supplier and your money doesn't show the number CA, gas 7695 states. But if not, these things come out on occasion. And like I said, some of them, maybe there's not a lot going on in California, so this is a kind of a big deal at this point. For those of me, primarily in California, Nevada, they're so specific, easy to figure out which is which. And in this case, which one's causing the problem. It's best just to deal with that. Now, there has been some salad things also being called. They're sold in 65 states. This is from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Wow. So Taylor Farms, honey coleslaw salad kit may contain undeclared substances. So this is a volunteer call. This is a lesser thing to me because unless you have allergies and sesame, soy allergies, then they're not. So ultimately, just trying to want to affect everybody and their partners without. But these things in mind, you have somebody with a soy allergies. Taylor Farms salad kits, honey sauce. Just want to stick around. More to come. Tiffany Hobbs, and 7. Let's get the latest news now without any tips on
The second of people hurt in the shooting at the Annunciation Catholic School are still in the hospital. Jim Darrow says another warrant has been issued, this time related to
What is this random bullshit? Game over. Over. This bitch is done. Game over. They're done here. Can't wait for the United.
Time for Chelsea Street, CNN travel journalist. And this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make on travel. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decade-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters, the Street. Police arrested 29-year-old Patrick Mason. Police believe Mason and his accomplice charged around the Napa Hotel. They broke in and attacked and entered their spread. Police say two bags filled with watches. Let's go to a crash on the 110. In the valleys right now, it's 90 in Orange, 101 in Palmdale. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm at
I worked hard for about 10 all year, and I deserve this 3-day weekend. Well, do exactly what I do every day. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Guess what?
Labor Day specials at Sunset Cafe, the Home Center, Chicago, and come take care of a bucket of luxury. Swank and you can get up to $100 in cash or free play. We return 500 points on your rewards card. Wednesdays and Thursdays. Cedric the Entertainer, live September 19th. Wearing the town. Every card over. Just because it's later day doesn't mean your summer vacay is over. Card rates in September are as low as $109.
For what? Casino Resort and Spa, celebrating 20 years of good times.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donations crazy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
UCI Health is committed to providing compassionate expert care for everyone in the region. Learn more at ucihealth.org or by UCI.
We have you 1440 Gilbert's Printing Press South End. Terrell 1-1. In 1922, OCL did it for you in Kia. It also sounded terrible. Now, digital sound from the pulsing tones of coverage in the company sirens on the biz. Joining us that Monday, and don't forget, our places broadcast live from the Wild Fort, from today, Long Beach, 2nd to East 8 All right, so like to take that. Holy smokes, I thought everything was going to break down the year 2000. The rest of the years. I told it on 20 or something like that. And they recorded it. But I know what to do. And nothing happens. Well, fine. But I remember actually broadcasting on KFI.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like the experience of this trainer and that trainer.
We're broadcasting Kelly. You're broadcasting smart. Who are you? Patrick. Probably from Queen
So don't just any insurance when there's State Farm.
there. And that's the
Your kid's brain is still there. We have a central location. We have home. My kids drowsy. Non-drowsy allergy. 0% brain interference. It's a no-brainer. Go back to all that 55 years ago. Except one. We just can't stop being American. All those changes. Well, what about the food? There were some things that were popular in the 90s. Beginning of the aughts, as they say. That had Taco Bell, which are coming back. During the ramping, this is the 10% below this Taco Bell. 1.9% financing for 72 months. On Select 2025 Ram 1500. So you get that tangy content, right? That tangy cousin OG taco cheese. We have the double decker taco cheese. Slathered soft tortilla, crunchy taco shell. Remember those? The best of 7-layer burritos. Big time vegetarian steak, that beans, rice, guacamole, sour cream, lettuce, tomatoes, and cheese. The chili cheese burrito, Dr. Pepper Championship Game of the Week. Fans have been begging Taco Bell to come back for more. And one of my all-time favorites, the caramel apple. It's in Galileo. Remember that? That little thing. Oh, and it's so good. Not that it's hot. You know, from the unforgiving brownie, yummy fried pastry. And it is that rates the taste. I love that part. But it's not stopping. There's food homes there all the way into Y2K. It's crunch. Crunch digital taco net under the lights. It lives in the Taco Bell app. Feed this little taco guy, double deckers. It says unique crunch wraps and cream. Different spices here at Taco Bell. All the way $9 discovery plus. Includes a crunch wrap, full ranch, BLT, and more. So, that's what I started. So, you were around back in the day, early 2000s. Taco Bell is going to bring you back now. You taste buds so sexy, and they run well. It up to local Taco Bell managers. I do love these Taco Bell for sure. I don't know why. Tremendous momentum. Deliciousness. The Clemson Band is led by Dr. Mark Speed. Oh, okay. I was going to say for next segment, but let's get into this. So, most everyone knows if you're on antibiotics, if you don't have wine, dinner, whatever, you're not supposed to. You don't want to be exposed to mess with the effectiveness of antibiotics. They work in a specific way, and if you mess with that, they're not going to do what you want. Well, now there's new lab tests that reveal not only alcohol, but caffeine may alter bacterial defenses. So it will reduce the impact of certain antibiotics. And now they're going for that. They kind of stuck their toe into this. And now they need to know more because this is from the University of Heidelberg in Germany. Found that caffeine may mess with certain antibiotics the whole life. And that type of thing. So these lab tests show the presence of caffeine increased the amount of oxygen required to halt bacteria growing up to 40%. So that's a pretty major drop if you want these antibiotics to work. That's actually a pretty solid risk of effectiveness when you start dumping 40%. So, many of synthesized
nice sports benefits of drinking a daily cup of coffee. I know that goes back and forth. Coffee, milk, I think are one of them. Wine, these things go back and forth. It's like, oh, they're great for you. You should have them this day. I know my doctor says we're thinking a whole bunch of from the dog. Basically, like, well, for now, if you're reading books, and then antibiotics work well. All right, the water costs me. You go to where? We'll also talk to them. They're going to take you to their lots so go know where this is important. I'm actually between the environment supporting people. Let's get the link to Calvin.
Here's the latest. Federal appeals court has made a major ruling from speaking out of the agenda, and residents of Lakewood have concerns about an affordable housing project in the neighborhood. But more after top of the hour, live on the 10th. Trusted DJs and play-by-play. Podcast just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. You are ready to join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
Okay, kids are coming from the Talk to us. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catch. I like it. What's the temperatures are fresh and cake? I love it. Turtle. So every morning. Okay. Sparrow, the forest has been prepared just for you. To learn more about cool things in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Advance.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. iHeart is full of podcasts like this.
Smiles. 2021, 2022. Words became a whole let's go to the word right gathered to stop nearby construction on the massive house. There, the forest, it goes in the forest, occupational things like that. Present a vision of a society where support each other, shooting at each other, to sincerely to each other. I'm wondering. Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement in the area set in a pocket in the basement without warning, shot George Stephen Rose. I heard was a just like a whole mess of shots. I'm wondering if that maniac is going to this. I don't love a good joke. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong. Oh my god, the twist and turn. And when things finally click into place. Thank God we lived to tell the tale. I got to Augusta, and I'm lucky enough to do stuff like Rock City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about that thing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. We're waiting for greatest escapes and a comedy podcast about wildly true escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week I'll sit down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms, I crack up and we're just like, Diane Guerrero. You guys, you're on your own. You have to run. And Jessica, I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're gonna puzzle our way through the most buck-wild escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to ride water skiing across the road. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history. Stimulating talk. We have a special alert coming up. The also major eye of Let's Play Selden's test dinner at the Anaheim White House restaurant. We'll invite 5 visitors and guests to join us in one incredible movie night. Any purchase of Selden's will automatically be entered into Selden's.com. Selden, C-E-L-M-I-N-S. Use the code TF5 for exclusive offer. Any purchase of Selden's will enter you for the Selden's.com.
Good morning, welcome to today.
Back to school is exactly what you're doing. Let's start today. As the forecast calls for so much more.
We're getting back to all of it. Best way to start is together. Step up. Expect to see before that's fun. This we need to renovate or make it fit. Mortgage rates have been dropping, so anytime to tap into your home get started at RocketMortgage.com.
Two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, lots of places that also have it. That's why LifeLock monitors so every single second of your identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed for your money back. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code LifeLock.com.
Trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, artist music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio is your way to millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app. Number 1 app for radio.
Stimulating talk. Coming up Monday, Mel Kelly is back. He'll be here to recap his fantastic Italian vacation. You don't want to miss it. So if you're interested in that, you can follow me and join me at Savco Industries. That's SAVBCO Industries. And see what's out there. That's what I'm on. It's not a backyard. Installation. I like it. So, anyways, I'm working on that. So, coming up on now, we have our friends, Michael Monks.
Covered unique stories that are local to
We always start with crime stats, things that the governor's saying, updates on Daniel Harrow, of course. We're going to get into some really interesting news. The aliens may be on their way and closer than we think. There are some predictions made about a mystery interstellar object that's floating out there in space. It's on its way here. Maybe, maybe not. No, at 6 o'clock, a little after 6 o'clock, we're going to get into the details of what burning is. The Burning Man Festival. There's also a lady that was born. I don't know how this relates to the ordeal. I don't know, but there's a lady that also was born. So there's a lot going on at Burning Man. I'm going to get into where Burning Man actually started. It didn't start with George, surprise, surprise, and how it's gotten to this point, because the story behind it is fascinating. And then our Scammer's going to scam segment has a couple of stories, really, really fun stories. If you're not a victim of these stories, we'll talk about that after 6:30. And then around the end of the show, Ozempic, that weight loss master drug, has another side effect that will affect ladies in a very uncomfortable way down there. So, a lot to cover. A little further north, kind of in the middle area of the lady, a little further north, around the place where the community continues during the orgy. The place where babies come from. Storks. Yes, your storks are going to be affected by stork in the orgy. A lot of different ways. I love talking to you. We have similar references like shall we share the text? Yeah.
Mark off the card.
This one got every Rothschild.com has what about something more cinnamon twist and a Dr. Marshall for life. Caramel. She feels it does bring back that nostalgia, that singeing of your mouth and your mouth, and like your mouth is appetized. They used to have the cinnamon Christmas, which was flour tortilla fried. No, that might have been a little bit too rich for my butter. Today was way better. It's getting value. Now that they have those they have sour nuts. There's no there's give me some warm, fresh cooked cinnamon twists and an orgy dome, and we're good to go. Yeah. I knew you were going to get this thing. All right, well, you've That's a welcome food in Long Beach, Second and Peace Beach. The handle will be today broadcasting live. All kinds of giveaways, food and stuff. Please come out and celebrate with us. There's folks. Food's outstanding. What else did I want last weekend for Zelman. So if you want to get your Zelmans on, use the code KFI at Zelmans.com for your free pack. They'll give you 10% off. Dinner starts tomorrow. White House Black special for today. Buy your pack or take back yourself. It's 25% off. And still free. Zelmans.com. 425 10-pack. All right. Be empathetic, be kind, and I'll see you on the flip side. This is KFI and KOSH2, Los Angeles, Orange County. KFI and KOSH2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Tariff troubles for Trump. I'm Eileen Gonzalez live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A federal appeals court has made a major ruling on President Trump's economic agenda. ABC's Olivia Rubin says it's ruled he doesn't have the power to put tariffs on imported goods.
Now, this all comes down to a rarely used law that gives the president special authority after a national emergency. The court essentially saying, though, that was illegal.
She says the ruling won't come into effect until at least October, giving Trump time to appeal. 3 children are expected to survive their injuries after a vehicle they were in was carjacked and slammed into another car in Malibu. Car journey on road around 6:30 p.m. Friday in East LA. The man jumped into a stand left running outside 7-Eleven. The children's father jumped onto the vehicle but fell off. Police chased the car onto the Pacific Coast Highway where it T-boned another car while traveling at very high speed. The suspect was arrested after exiting the car and trying to get away on foot. One other woman was injured in the crash, but her condition is unknown. Governor Newsom has accused federal immigration agents of being President Trump's personal army more loyal to President than to the country.
We are emergencies running the White House orders are ice raids are making emergency for citing the arrest of those criminal history and Mississippi. You allow access to cover their faces. Since the voters don't have data, no reason to be more ineffective.
California Democratic Congressman John Garamendi says federal budget cuts could hurt local hospitals and patients. He says President Trump's big beautiful bill could potentially weaken the healthcare system. The bill cuts funding to Medicaid and other programs. Garamendi says the upcoming 2026 elections will be crucial for healthcare services. Residents of Lake Balboa have voiced concerns about an affordable housing project in the neighborhood.
And there's some things that I think Councilor I have control over during the emergency and some that I do not.
Medea says she's working with residents on their concerns about other developments, including one on Lily Metro property. Michael Brooks, KFI News.
The Dodgers host the Diamondbacks all weekend, and college football finally returns to SoCal today with 2 big home openers.
First, it's USC hosting Missouri State for their home opener at the Coliseum in Exposition Park. Then, the Utah Utes take on the UCLA Bruins at the Rose Bowl. Cindy Lauper takes the stage tonight at the Hollywood Bowl. It's part of her Girls Just Want to to have fun farewell tour. Weird Al Yankovic plays the forum tonight in Inglewood. Galaxy and LAFC will play home games in Carson and Expo Park tomorrow. Check out our live traffic map for the holiday drive all weekend long at KFIAM640.com. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, we'll try to JFI News.
Let's go to a crash on the 210 in Monrovia.
Don't get killed. Why are TSA rules so streamlined? Go off on but you don't have to be a free iPhone and just say these words on the code. You still 100% here because I cleaned the core other ways, but you can watch the game. Our show is back home on our regular time, 5 to 7 p.m. Thank you for joining us. I can't tell you how excited I am to be back right here on Saturdays. You know, you switch up your routine, you go off a little bit. I'm always grateful to get any time on this station, but this is our home. So shout out to all of our Saturdays listeners who regularly contact me on social media and tell me that they missed the show or that they, that they're listening to the podcast. I appreciate all of that. Speaking of some of that, I don't know what you did last week. We didn't try to get into that. We just kind of backtrack and talk about the future of it. One of the things that I enjoy doing speaking of podcasts is I'll catch up on any show I listen to. It's on Handle in the Law or Handle on the News, and I'll put that on and get on the treadmill and do my little 30 minutes or whatever it is. And I was listening to Handle on Tickets Choice. This is somewhat of a deal with referencing. I'm not going to say it all, but I'll just tell you. Go back last week to one of the Handle on the News programs. 20 minutes. And listen, just kind of see if you can pick out what was said that had to text me early in the morning, a couple of days later, like, it wasn't noticed. Yes, I thought it's evil-eared listener myself because I am a fan of the station, but go back and listen to any of the old podcasts, of course, on the iHeartRadio app, especially that Handle on the News segment from this week. If you can figure out what was said that had me clutch my pearls and laugh and almost fall off of the clutch my proverbial pearls and fall off of the literal treadmill, I will send you something special in the mail. How to do that? Go to the top of that feature on the iHeartRadio and let me know catch when Neil said on the news sometime toward the middle to end of last. It was so fun. We're watching quite a few big stories. I'm going to get into that in a moment. Last night I told you
Downtown Monrovia. Anyone familiar with Monrovia? I love it. It is right at the base of the Foothill Boulevard there near Pasadena. And it's on the last Friday of the month. They have like a street fair. They close out.
Yo, dog. What's going on, JJ? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, did you find out about me from Twitch? Because if you did, I was shitting myself right now. Can you hear me? How's your day going? Yo, dog. How are you?
Let's get into some of the stories that we are watching because there are quite a few things that are happening locally, even though it's a Saturday. I want to share them before we get into acting burning. What the heck is the orange drill? What's going on with the Pacific and the newest side effects that are building? Genitalia. Why is that woman still stuck on a mountain? She's not going to get out. Lots of stories to cover, but before we do, the biggest stories that are floating around right now. One of them specifically involves crime in California. California at large. There are new statistics. Homicides are down.
That's what I hate.
Robberies are down 19%.
Hate that one. Oh, fucking hell, man. This is bad for me. This is bad for me. I shouldn't feel this way towards another person. It's good in everybody. It's good in everybody. It's good in everybody.
What up, Tinky, you horse slut? Dude, they should just call this the fucking Taco Bell House.
Command starts removing so you can make your space your own. Command, do now.
I love Asian chicks. They're so nice. Yo, bitch, are you gonna allow this clip or what?
Hi guys, we're not back. Today, I prepared a bunch of triggers for you. I hope that can help you relax and wisely. I just bought my smoke. It's called Chinese. I think you know this character because I use it characters on my payloads and shirt. Helicopter, inner base, inner base.
Bitch, you can make my mouth sleep on. This fucking computer is so hot.
Why are TSA rules so confusing? And we're best friends with journalists with a new podcast called No Such Thing. Get to the bottom of a question like that. Are you strangers who expect what to do nowadays? Go along with that. Watch club. Listen to No Such Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search No Such Thing to start listening to KFI. Or school anytime.
Thank you so much for listening. I mentioned it in the last section that I know I overheard Speed Drop say something really interesting on the news. Sometimes between Wednesday and Friday of last week, and it came comments that being said that had me rush to text him to say, just say that. I will send you something free courtesy of Saturdays to Sundays. But promo is the top that here on the iHeart app. And let us know what your ideas are. In relation to burning down and the origins of what's on saying. So find it, spot it, send it in. But iHeart app, it's on that winter. And that should be on Okay, so talking about our stories that are local, our stories that are still developing here around the Southland, I mentioned something about an interstellar object. Now, the reason I do this here is because honestly, scientists don't know if it's going to actually hit us, let alone hit us here in Southern California. But here's what's going on. Those of you who are space nerds like me, listen in because this is from a sector. There's an interstellar object speeding through our solar system, our little solar system.